And one day, the planet turned against us, with freak storms forcing us to evacuate the colony. Now, only the toughest adventurers dare to set foot on the surface. The colony's lost, we set up base on Prospect Station, orbiting the deadly planet. It's where we trade, arm ourselves, and gear up for the next drop.
Reminds me of Borderlands.
My name's Badam. I run things up here. So, you want to be a prospector? I've seen all types try their luck. Some ended up friends for life. Others, well, they're the more ruthless type, proud of the bounties on their heads. When you drop down a Fortuna 3, you've got to ask yourself, what kind of prospector am I? A glory hunter, willing to do whatever it takes?
Thank you, Thomas.
A team player who won't leave anybody behind. Maybe you're here for the bragging rights, like hunting down the galaxy's deadliest beasts and living to tell the tale. Or you could be the cold-blooded sort, preying upon rival prospectors instead. In the end, anything goes in the hunt for fame and fortune. Welcome to the cycle. I think you'll fit in here just fine.
All right, guys, so we hit here. We just read the blah, blah, blahs, right? Blah, blahs, blah, 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 blah. Pretty much you want to know that you can connect to everything. You want to know everything about me, and you just need permission for it, okay? Detect video settings. Care to find the absolute best video settings for your computer? We have a great experience playing our game. Oh. Okay, that's fine. Welcome, Prospectors. Create your character. Ooh, at least you get to create a character instead of just... these choices are purely cosmetic and do not affect gameplay. Wow, they had to put that in there. So we got Champion and Tracker. Foreman. Gambler. So biologist. What is it? Field work is so much more engaging than the lab. So odds are she got you in her sights. So this is just cosmetic. There's nothing. There's no like. I thought there was like abilities and stuff. Those footsteps you hear behind you, they aren't friendly. Oh no. Yeah, pretty much we sign a contract when we press agree, right? Oh, look at this, guys.
Everyone wants fame and fortune, and prospectors are no different.
You're good at PS with this game.
As many victory points as you can, then getting off the
Jeez, look at that aim!
You get victory points by completing contracts. Whoever gets the most victory points and manages to evac wins the match. The better you do, the faster you'll gain access to new guns.
Yeah, it's on Epic Launcher.
You compete. Right.
Solid. Just open up your Epic Launcher and it's free to play. You just have to download it. It's free.
Just ahead.
Oh, you have like little Wait, C is slash? Let me see how it looks for you guys. That's running pretty smooth. Okay, cool. First of all, let's check settings here real quick. Wow, they even got a customer service button. So it's got me on Epic Launcher. Alright, resolution quality. Why is it at 85, man? Better give me 100. Max FPS. 144, I guess. I'm gonna go 100 is cool, I guess. Apply FOV, VSync, no. Show FPS, yes. Not really, because I have an FPS meter. Enable motion blur, no. Image sharpening, yes. Advanced, alright. So we have anti-aliasing on Epic, which is cool. View distance on Epic, which is cool. Shadow, Epic, cool. Okay, these are all maxed out. Yeah, I'm achieving full frame rate anyway. Games like these are not really demanding anyway. So I mean, I think anybody can pretty much run these on Epic. See if these I can't for some reason, just because of the way the game is ready. But then again, I am in the tutorial. I'm not in the actual battlefield, and maybe I might lose some frames there, guys. Let's not get over our heads yet. Looks good besides making you dizzy. No. Okay, guys. So we got the tutorial going on. So press space to jump. Okay. Is that what? Okay. Middle mouse button for scanner. Oh. Oh wait. Hold shift to sprint. No, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. A lot of buttons here, guys. These are all just a bunch of shenanigans. But C is melee. What's K? Anything? No. Good. C would be this. Yeah, I'm probably gonna lose some on the battles. Okay, so then... So we should be good then. So melee is now this button, right? No? And melee no more. Seriously? Wow. We're keeping a C, and then this one we'll put K for... Why does it do that? Why is it giving me a hard time? Oh man, come on. It's not letting me use my mouse button. That's stupid. No! Why? Unacceptable, man. Like, I can't play like that. Well, really, it's only the melee giving me an issue. Okay, why is it not letting me set these? Aw, what's N? No, it doesn't work. Oh, we got crosshairs in this game. Why does games all do that now? Defeats the purpose of aiming down sight. Actually, the game looks pretty nice. Wow. Alright, the main thing is I gotta think this over, guys. Alright, let's think this over nice and clearly. First of all, why do we have borders? Why is there borders in this game? That's so weird. You know what? I don't even care if it works, right? Alright, but the mouse button, guys. Why is it doing this to me? Technically, this should be working, so I don't know. I'll deal with it later. I guess for now. Yeah, I don't know why I have borders. Oh, now my C button doesn't want to work. I don't know. Maybe I need to restart the game. Yeah, I don't know why I got borders, guys. It's so weird. I bet you I know why. I do this. How much you want better be gone? No, even on full screen. What? Hold on. Whoa, whoa. Something ain't right here, guys. What's the name of this game? This game is called The Psycho Black Borders. Let's just type that. How do I get rid of the black bars at the side of my screen? Oh, maybe that's what we're having here. Never mind, that's something else. That's Samsung. Oh, that doesn't work. So weird. Yo, what are you guys looking at me for? What are these weird looking thingies? Guys, yeah, why do I have you know, seems like it's an OBS issue though. This way has no borders. But you guys are not getting it no more. What the heck? One problem to another. Wow. What if I run this game in window mode? Watch this. Watch it work. Oh, not even. But it was just working. Wow. But this one has black borders. Gonna play with it with black borders, guys. Oh well. Alright, let's just go ahead and do the tutorial real quick and figure it out here real quick. Alright, are we ready, guys? Yeah, because time is going fast. Shoot. Alright, so we got beautiful waterfalls here, which things are looking pretty good here for the most part. But we still gotta figure out everything else here, guys. Looks like we got a nasty little storm coming in. Alright, so what are we doing? Okay, wait. We gotta drill something, right? We got 40 meters out there, so what is the point of all the... Oh, we gotta face it towards... Okay.
That's a Veltesite vein. The stuff just sprouts from the ground every few days. Very convenient.
Oh, wow, legit a drill. What do I do with this? Collect?
There should be another Veltesite vein nearby for you to mine. Careful. Larger veins will attract tougher monsters.
Yes, I somewhat get it. Got that all down and out. What's all this? Ooh, dropping goodies. Collect it up.
Mineral contract completed, and you've earned your first victory points. Completing contracts and taking out hostile creatures gets you cash you can use on the surface. You earned yourself
right.
cash from that contract to buy yourself a new gun.
Okay, cash. Okay, so we just go to the gear shop. And then what? Is this the only items we can choose here? Oh. Wow, it comes that quick?
Nice choice. Better and more powerful weapons will do a lot towards keeping you alive on the surface. Now, go ahead and check your map.
Tab. All right.
Big red circle on your map highlights a hunt contract. Head over to it and hunt down the mutated creatures in the area.
How do we mark it? Oh, we have to just look at it this way. Got it. Okay. I want to slide.
Valuable biomass samples to kill. Always remember to pick them up.
The melee doesn't work, man.
Good job. You've completed another contract and gained more victory points. Now, those are just 2 sample contracts. You'll find more types.
Gotcha. Okay.
And they won't be as easy. Okay, now get over to that big platform. On the surface, you'll be competing against other prospectors. Most will be hostile, but some may be open to a pact. Spawn's dummy. Try packing with it.
Let's do this.
When you're in a pact, you'll be sharing progress and won't be able to damage each other. 2 guns are better than 1, but you'll be losing your shield as a trade-off. And remember, pacts can be broken by either party. When the cycle starts to rise and the storm gets bad, an evac ship will come down and pick any survivors up. The ship won't land if there are hostile creatures in the landing zone. Stowaways can be a real problem. Come on, take those monsters out.
Yeah, it's being useless. Look at that.
And that's the basics. Complete contracts, kill monsters, deal with rivals, and even.
I think we got it. I think we understand it. Oh my god, I knocked my pillow down again. Whoop, whoop. Let's get that. Oh wait, why is my camera all the way over there? Alright, this is the play screen. From here, you can select which game mode to queue for and play. Virtual matches allow for a player to match. Blah, 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 blah. Got it. Okay. The tutorial virtual match and virtual training can be launched while matchmaking. You will be pulled into a match when the game is found. Oh. Interesting. Alright, so right now we're unranked, right? So how do we add each other here? Oh, you're epic friends. That makes sense. Okay. Thomas, you getting on, bro? Oh, and then Solid, you said you're getting it too, right? Ah. Right, so far so good, guys. I don't think that's updated correctly. Hold on. Don't worry, you still got some time. You got what, May 7th? Yeah, you got a couple days. Or 2 days. Hopefully that's not too many. Right. My bad, Jim. What's going on, man?
There we go.
There it is. Now it's working.
That was weird.
What happened?
It said you were still muted.
Really?
Yeah, it was showing you were still muted on my side.
Wow. Hey, the music, okay. That's fine.
The music's pretty cool.
Yeah. Alright, anything I should do before we jump into battle, or let me bump the music down just a bit because it is kind of loud.
Yeah.
I hope it's not a skunk outside. I smell something. Not good, man. Yeah, music's at 100.
I don't know if there's anything you can do right off the bat. I think it would just probably play a match first.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, you can do it.
Man, so I'm so mad, Jim.
Oh, yeah?
The motherboard I wanted, nobody has it. Nobody. The only person that has it was Amazon, and I looked at the reviews, and the seller just did not look too trustworthy. So I said, forget it. And it doesn't look like it's gonna come in stock anytime soon. It was the best reviewed marked for for what I'm getting, and it was the best price.
Yeah.
300's better than paying the other ones I've seen for like $700. I'm like, oh, that's a lot of moolah. I'm not doing water block cooling or anything like that. So honestly, those are kind of useless to me unless I'm going full water cooling, which I'm not. Granted, they have better VRMs and they keep, your motherboard, because right now my motherboard hits 40 degrees Celsius, but that's because I'm overclocking,
Mm-hmm.
If I don't overclock, it go down 10 degrees or 5 degrees more or whatever. But the VRMs are not bad. This is a good entry level motherboard. It's not bad, and it at least lets you overclock. So I can't complain. But it doesn't support AMD, man.
Ooh, that sucks.
Yeah, that's what sucks about processors. You got to choose a motherboard, one for Intel or one for AMD, and that's how they get you, man. Too bad it wasn't like a changeable socket. You could just change the socket out, put the other one, and that'd be great.
But
motherboards would lose money that way. Yeah, they ain't
Oh,
stupid. No, they're not dumb.
or even if you had a universal one where it works for both, but that'd be probably more expensive because it's universal.
It would be more expensive, yeah. And I guess in terms of bus speeds and stuff, things are a little different or whatever. All right, so let me see appearance. I can't really do much because I gotta unlock things. I'm good for now. Why is the bottom of my screen cut out? Hold on. Is there like a scan?
Mine looks like that too, but not.
Yeah, does the like where it says version number? Do you see it like a little cut off?
Yeah, it's kind of partially cut off on mine too.
Oh no, actually it's good. It's just my monitor the way it looks, cause like it's like this. I don't know.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it's like partially cut off, but it's just because if you look at it at a different angle.
Right, I literally have to like bend my head down to see the whole thing.
Yeah, it's weird. This looks weird.
It does. It really does. Alright, let's get started with this match here, man. Which character did you pick?
I am doing the champion.
The champion. I kind of figured you picked that one. That's why I didn't pick it. I was like, you know what? She has that appearance and the armor type. I'm like, a lot of people probably pick it.
Yeah, she's pretty cool. I like her.
Put the music down just a little more. It's so loud. 40%.
Yeah, it's kind of between her and the gambler, of course. But yeah.
Right. All right, give me 1 second and then we'll start.
Okay.
All right, guys. Hold on. Ugh. You ready to rumble jam? Play like a pack of Slim Jim. Yeah.
Yep.
Do you think your character's name Kim? Maybe slam dunk on the rim. Better yet, I can't even swim. Hope I can say bye, Tim. No, I'm just fine. Alright, let's go, bro. I don't know. Tim. I just rhymed with, you know, Jim. Kim. Alright, so obviously cosmetics are not pay to win or whatever, so that's good. But typical battle royale, you're gonna have emotes and cosmetics you can purchase, which they gotta make money, you know, but they made the game free to play, which was good on like PUBG you had to buy. Alright, so let's go ahead and try this out. So we're what do we do here? We got factions, crafting, loadout, and Fortuna Pass. So we just hit play, right?
Yep.
Let me just browse their shop and take a look at their items here and see what they got. Interesting. Oh. The Fortuna Pass is kind of like Game Pass. Oh, I get it. Okay.
Face mask. Wow.
Right.
Dang.
Yeah, well, right now what's going on? Face masks, cosmetics would make sense. Oh, speaking of face masks, did they ever release a face mask for me? I doubt it. They mentioned it, but they're waiting too long.
Yeah, I want one of those. Those are cool.
Man, I know I want one myself. And it's something you need. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you can't go wrong with it. You need it, and it's why not? Let me take a look here real quick. How do I check it? Let me go to my shop, right?
Is it matchmaking yet?
Oh shoot! Yeah, I did. What happens? Oh, I gotta click the bottom one.
Yep, yeah, click the bottom.
Wow, I'm clicking the one on top.
Yeah, click the bottom one.
Right. See, at least this game I can tab out and not crash.
I know, it's good.
Thomas is silly, man.
Laughing at you.
Yeah, you're right about matchmaking. Holy crap.
It takes a little bit. Yeah, you could have probably started the matchmaking while you took off, and we might have got a match by the time you get back.
I don't see the... Hold on, let me go to shop, right? See the item. Oh, shop all products. That's right. Okay. Alright, let me look for the face masks. It shows it here. Oh, the face masks, $12.49. That's not bad. Because they usually go for about, what, like 10 bucks? 5, 6, 8, 10 bucks anyway.
Yeah.
And, I mean, this, you're getting design on it, but, you know, of course, that's without shipping. Oh, but it is $10 if you buy 4 plus. Oh, at least they give you a choice.
Oh, cool.
Maybe I'll have to give me some socks so I can show it on the stream. Like, look, guys, buy the merch. Wiggle my toes. Maybe Twitch will send me an email saying that's not allowed.
Which one is it? It's not that one. Yeah,
Oh, thank you, Joe. Yep. Look, you got both of them. Oh, by the way, speaking of that, do exclamation mark commands. That will give you some of the commands with TrickSpot. Now, also, I did have a mod handbook. I was going over this earlier, and I was looking at different things, and yeah, like that's a really good list. Now, there's going to be a lot of commands that you don't really need to use. I'll discuss more when I get off the stream. And then I had a Twitch handbook too for the moderators, but I think that'd just be too much work. I need to get something simple for you guys, just like to get a command list, and then it's easy, so it won't be so difficult. Let me see. So face masks.
minutes.
Oh, it
Wow.
does let you add to cart. Guess you can't buy him.
Oh,
Do me a favor. I'm gonna post this in the chat real quick. Let me know if that link works. Let me know if it lets you, like, don't buy it. Obviously, just let's see if it lets you add it to the cart.
I'm checking it out now. See if it's there.
Hey, what am I doing here? Select the faction you want. Is this for both of us? Who's better? Runner. Oh, heavy weapon, speed and evasion, well balanced.
Don't make it your last. Station gate's closed. Don't turn it back now.
Which one did you like?
I just leveled up everyone else separately, so
Let's get this guy. No, this is oh yeah. Oh, FPS drop. Holy gosh. Shoo, not like it was in tutorial. Nope.
It does let me add. I can add up the cart, yeah. There we go.
Oh, so they added it finally, because they did email me saying that they were adding it. Maybe I needed approval. Yeah, that's nice. That is cool. The only problem is I can't get the alerts to show on stream. The only one is Streamlabs or Stream
It
Elements.
just have like one big logo on it.
Right.
Like they have.
Oh, if you need me to change anything, if you do decide to buy it, just let me know. I can change it real quick. I wish they let me do like different. I guess they do let you do different kind of. Like I could make. I could make a separate one where it's just a mask. If it's gonna be like a hot seller, I'll go ahead and make like a separate one with just like one logo on it.
Complete as many as you can, then get
Because
off
the
this rock
multi-logo
before the cycle
one looks
closes.
kind of. It looks cool, but it looks kind of weird though.
Right.
It'd be cool if it had like that one big logo. Oh, what the heck? Like,
Yeah. Oh my God, you look like you're lagging, or is it just? Okay, you know what? Obviously, I think the game is. I turn the camera fast. I don't know. It runs good. Maybe I'm overdoing it. I need to stop being like hard-headed. Honestly, I you know, when I used to only game at 60 FPS, I was. Ooh, wait, how'd you do all that?
if you do your melee attack when you're in midair, it'll give you like a little circle.
Oh, melee doesn't work. Of course it don't. Why doesn't it work? I don't understand why it doesn't work.
And you actually need melee kind of in this game because these monsters easier to kill with melee.
Where'd melee go? Yeah, melee's right here. It only works when I set it to C. When I set it to like a different button, it doesn't work for me.
If I could change it.
Oh, I'll have to just use C, but how am I gonna melee players? I can't hit the C button and move around.
Yeah, it's weird.
Oh
my
God. I usually make it my mouse, but this game doesn't let me. Oh.
I'm gonna try it. Let's see if it works. Mine works.
The mouse
I
button?
changed it just now. Yeah, I just changed it. Oop, what the heck? I'm dancing. I changed it to V and it works fine.
Okay. Why is it playing with my emotions?
Maybe it won't let you do mouse buttons, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, well, because I got the G4, G5. They try 7 and 8. What's the thing? What's this button do? I don't know what does that do. Sorry, Jim. Give me 1 second, bro.
You're right. Oh, here. I'll do this.
Oh, did that just get kicked?
You might have.
Oh, shoot. Well, now we know there's a kicking system.
Okay, so don't go AFK in this game, okay? I'll leave. I didn't know they had a kicking system, okay?
Oh, now we know.
Yeah, we learned something.
See, why does it like my tricks food emojis doesn't work with those? Maybe because of the other emojis. Alright. Alright, let me do a custom match. I gotta get this melee working, bro, because that's an important feature in any game.
Yeah. Well, you could also do like a. Oh yeah, you can do the virtual training and stuff while you're doing that. That way you get it set up. Because it will take you right out of that anyway if you get a match. I was doing that the other day. I was trying it out, and it took me right into a match even when I was in the training.
People can leave comments? Oh, you can leave comments. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, check that out. I was kind of doing that at the same time. All right.
Oh yeah, that would be cool.
Did it kick you too?
No, I just left.
Oh, so okay. So you said which one was virtual? Oh, I see.
You could do you could do any of those virtual match, virtual training, any of that stuff will work. Yeah, that's
All right.
cool that way.
Oh, there's melee.
Stay
Let me
on
try.
your toes.
Let me try with a different button, maybe.
You know, the only thing I hate about the mask,
Stay on your
they
toes.
fit so tight that it like.
Oh wow,
We've
it
got someone
works
close.
with this.
Careful. We've
It's
got
letting me
company.
like mark.
Prospector nearby.
Why was C not or this one's not working? It's so weird. Hmm.
Yeah, that mask looks better that way. With the bigger T.
Stay on your toes.
All right, I gotta figure this out, man.
Oh, I forgot about that make it rain thing.
Right, right. That'd be good for like once in a while, especially like when we had raiders and stuff. Where make it rain would have been nice.
Oh yeah, it would have been, yeah.
Yeah. What I'll do is I'll put like the important command for you guys, so that way you guys have like commands you guys can play with and chat. Like that way you guys can know how to do the raffles and auctions and polls, and that way I can just give you guys something to do. Keep you guys occupied.
Yeah.
Dude, why is it doing this?
So
It's
much
got to be
better with that bigger
something.
key. We
This
can the
makes
multiple ones.
it makes no sense. Yeah. Let me see. C is primary. So let me. Do I need to quit the game or something?
Yeah.
Dang. Even on my. Dude, that doesn't make any sense. Hold on. I don't know if it's something to do with my software for my mouse. I don't know. Why is it not working? Just got. Yeah, you said I need melee really bad, right?
It's best to have it.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out. It's not letting me. It's like somebody had an issue with Overwatch, so this might help me. Just got this mouse, first gaming mouse, blah 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 blah. I want to assign a melee to the side buttons from the thumb, which I guess they are by default DPI up and down, but I don't plan on adjusting my DPI at the moment. When I try the hero settings in the game, nothing happens. Oh, I got kicked out of virtual training. Wow. All right, let me check something here. All right, so here's my mouse. Assignments. No, DPI up and down are these. What's the side buttons? Oh, no, DPI shift is this one. Okay, maybe I need to just do this for now. Well, let me change it. How do I change it? Oh, I think it's through here. It says 4 and 5. I think those are just back and forward buttons. That's what they are. But why is it not working? Dude. Oh, here we go. Oh my god. What did I do to my...
Did you break it?
Maybe? What the heck just happened here?
Still not working?
Not letting me set my key.
That's weird.
Alright, let's see. Open the software, make sure the mouse is selected, which it is. If you have multiple blah 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 blah. This would be da. To program a button, simply highlight it on the screen, double click it, and select the function. I did that. That's obviously not working. It just. Oh, wait a second. Oh, I broke it, bro. This is not good because I need that button back.
Yeah, maybe close the game
Oh,
and relaunch it.
I don't know why it's doing this. Why do I always have problems?
Yeah, mine works perfectly fine. I can change the button without a problem at all.
Yeah, I think it's my software. You know what? Let me close the software and reopen it. Maybe that might help because. Wait, the mouse buttons don't work at all without the software. Okay. All right, let's take a look.
Weird why it doesn't work. Maybe it just don't let you do the mouse thing.
Let me run this as administrator in my. I had it set before with no problem. It worked. Oh, this sucks, dude. Maybe it just doesn't like this game. I don't know. Let's double click, and double clicking obviously does not work.
Your stream just went down on my end.
It?
Yeah, it just said your browser encountered an error while decoding.
Oh, that's Twitch again. Always. Right click. It only lets me use default or disable.
So you can't change it like V or something like that?
Yeah, select assignment. It doesn't even let me select assignment.
Weird. What if you have to close the game,
Oh,
maybe?
hold on. I'm an idiot. Wow. I have to drag what I want over. That's stupid. Oh, no, at least I'll try.
Wow.
Okay, so now I have it set for C. Melee works now. Oh my god, this is dumb. I have to do it through the software.
Oh, wow.
What about
Okay.
pinging enemies? How come that's not? Yeah, so melee's working now. Just pop it. Oh man, we're already hitting overtime too, but that's my fault because I delayed, so I'll add some time to it. All right, let's go. I think we're good. Oh my god.
Yeah,
To the station.
get this game all working.
Yeah, but you know what though? I need melee. I just necessity.
Yeah, because some of the monsters because they get close to you, you might as well just melee them, so you don't have to waste all your bullets. But
Yeah.
you have infinite bullets anyway, so you don't have to worry about running out of bullets. But
Well,
if you get a
realistically,
monster in your face,
you know what I could do? Hold on, now that you mention it, let me make a profile for this. I don't have to keep changing it every time. That's what I can call the cycle. Can I change profiles? But I'll mess with this later. I got melee to work though, so that's all that matters. Alright, let's go.
that's what we need.
Dude, I wish I had to wake up so early. Or like I wish I didn't wake up early actually. You know, me mainly I'm more of a nighttime person. Now there's nothing to do to go out. Nobody's out, everybody's home, you know.
Yeah.
Before I can go take care of business and do what I gotta do. Now it's like it's nothing to do. People don't want you at the house. People don't want to meet up or nothing because people are getting shot now. You ain't got a mask on. Crazy, man.
Wow, they are. Well, I never heard that yet.
Yeah, I think somewhere in my area somebody got shot at work because they told the customer to put the mask on, that they had to wear a mask, and they shot them. I think it's time for me to move, man.
I think so. Get out of there.
I'm like, wow, you're at work, you're trying to protect yourself and your family and your loved ones, and you tell the customer like, hey, you need a mask, and they say, what you say? Boom. Like, it's not really funny, but it's just the fact of like how people are taking this. Like, it's messed up, man. Like, that person was just trying to, you know, inform you to do the right thing to protect yourself and them and everyone else around you, but people are so hard-headed and just like just self-centered and greedy.
Yeah, we had last weekend we had a yard sale here. Like, I couldn't believe they actually had yard sales. Like, what the heck?
Wow.
But the town not allowed it, so you had to wear a mask and you had to stay away from people 6 feet. But yeah, they actually allowed it, so like, well, hey, somebody gets sick, and that's whose fault is that? You gotta be going after the town. Be mad at the town. You got me sick.
Hey, right. Man, we're still waiting for a match? Wow, this is a perfect game for me.
Yeah, the matchmaking's kind of bad right now, but
Yeah.
just slow.
Well, what's the amount of players anyway?
I'm not sure.
And it's only an Epic game too, so it's not console or nothing, right? Because if that's the case, that's why. And it's only dedicated to Epic, and most people don't like Epic Launcher. Everyone literally got Epic Launcher only because of Fortnite. And now they're trying everything they can to keep people to keep their launcher because nobody really cared for it at one point until Fortnite came. That was it.
Yeah. And plus, now they give away free games, so I'm sure
Doing a good
people
job.
are, oh, they got
Right.
free games now, so everybody's installing them again because they're giving away free
Well,
games.
they're trying to do the appealing games because they know that every other launcher does free games too. Most of them are kind of bleh, but
Yeah. 95%
like
of them are
Amnesia
free.
was cool. I liked the game. Actually, I don't know if I actually beat the whole game. I know there were some mods for it though, and they were kind of interesting. They were weird but interesting. It's funny how somebody can make a pretty epic mod at their at their home.
Yeah.
Granted, it's not really their game. They're just using the assets to Yeah, I don't think we're ever gonna find a match, man.
Yeah, this is taking forever. What the heck?
Good time to play with virtual training while we're in a queue, right?
Yeah. Oh, here's the match starting now.
Oh, it is. Oh yeah. Oh wow. Yeah, we got points the last round. Well, what is this? Why is it showing big people? Master of Minerals? The champion character.
Alright, drop pods locked in. Loading coordinates. And today's forecast is sunny with a chance of lethal radiation.
Ooh. How many players are? It doesn't show you?
I'm not sure.
No, it doesn't show you?
I don't think so.
Oh gosh, lag. Oh, 30 FPS. What the? That's a memory leak. That's what that was.
Station's giving the all clear. 1 minute. Pod 12 is... Nope, we're good. Time to go. Now get to your pod.
Come on, over here!
I got you, Eridar. I'll get you in here, bro. We'll pick you up next round.
Oh, yeah.
We'll go ahead and pick up Eridar next round. Maybe at least get a couple rounds in. Ah!
I mean, quad. Yeah, I don't think they have trios.
Oh, Eridar, you're gonna like this, bro. You're gonna laugh at this. Check that out, bro. Alright, let's go ahead and do this. Oh, let me get myself... Ouch, I keep hitting my desk. Okay, let's get myself situated. Got my hands ready. I got my pillows ready. Alright, comfort zone. Let's go. Let's do it. What the heck is that? Jim, what's going on, bro? Behind you, bro?
This is a delta-side vein outcropping.
Oh, yes, I got melee.
Pull down a mineral drill. Collecting the drilled minerals will count towards your minerals contract progress. Note that the drill will attract...
Stay on your toes. Come on, over here!
Larger veins will provide more minerals, but take longer to complete and attract...
Oh, but C is still melee.
Over here!
Oh, I can't change this to crouch to be like... Wait, can I toggle sprint?
I'm not sure. I think so.
Controls, toggle dodge, toggle sprint. Yes. Oh, thank goodness. Yeah. So now I can slide. See? Yeah, couldn't slide with C and shift. Like, how the heck are you supposed to do that? I mean, or not C and shift. It was C and... Yeah, there was no way, bro.
Shift and control.
That's too crazy. Wait, what are we doing? Can't do nothing with the crates or anything?
Okay, so we got something 192 meters away. The closest. Ooh, what the heck? Why am I stuck?
Ooh.
I'm stuck. I couldn't move. What the heck? That was weird. There's like a wall, a barrier right here. You can't go this way.
Oh, it's actually shaking my headphones. Ooh, that surround sound, I like that. Okay, well let's see if Oh, I hear the snoring again. That's weird because I actually have Discord set to the Chris, so Chris is not even eliminating. That's weird.
Shit, that's so loud. Let's go here. Ooh, I'm lagging.
Look to the sky. It seems Korolev is bringing down a laser drill platform today.
For the players too, man. All we have is a pistol. We need better weapons. We can't get any. We need G or yeah. Okay, so how do we get points? Contracts, right?
That's right, yep.
Stay on your toes. Affirmative.
There is a drone carrier nearby. Its readout displays the number of drones required to initiate its launch sequence.
Okay. Oh, we got points. Not much. So, oh wait, player to your left, bro. Player to your left.
Help! I'm down.
Oh.
Warning, under attack by multiple.
Wow, they got shields like out the Galora. Oh, ain't no way, bro.
Emergency shield
Whatever.
commencing triage.
Triage
Triage complete.
Wow.
I don't know, bro. I'm not liking that so far. That the shield too much. Then again, we do have pistols, so that could be why. That sucks. I had no advantage, bro. I was literally landing hits, no problem. And by the time it took way too many clips to take their shield out, and then the other one. Yeah, so I'm not gonna judge it yet till we get better weapons. But if it's like that the whole time, I don't know, bro. Maybe it's pay to win, man. You gotta buy better weapons, right? Big cash. All right, so what are we doing now? We're here. We gotta finish our objective. Is the blue where we left off?
We can go anywhere.
Okay,
Remember you
so-
had that, we could go back there, but I don't think we're gonna fight them again, do we? Oh, we got these.
Nah, I'm not worried about that right now, bro. Not with pistols. I'm done with that. I don't even want to engage in combat right now. Let's just get some contracts. Let's, at least we revived, so that's good. Not like a game over type deal.
Yeah, you get one revive, then after that, you're done.
Oh, there's no other revives afterwards?
Unless you're lucky enough to have a third revive. Got a bunch over here.
Notice, operator exceeded expectation. New kit subroutines enabled.
Ow, get smashed in the back. Ow.
Dude, these guys take a lot of hits.
I'm dying.
Need help. I'm down.
I'm done.
You're down. No. How do I get you?
Assisting allied
Oh.
prospector.
Wow, I keep getting interrupted. Okay.
You gotta kill those creatures.
Crappy pistol, man. Like, give me a real gun.
I owe you one.
How the
Caution,
unlock?
hostile engagement by multiple prospectors.
Oh, really?
I'm down.
Oh.
Assisting ally. Emergency shield activated.
I don't
Commencing
care.
triage. Multiple hostile prospectors engaging.
I don't like that, bro. Nah. Alright, so we need to get weapons faster. That's priority.
To get weapons.
What do they mean if we really want to leave? Like, what the hell? We're gonna sit there and watch other players? Are you crazy? Alright.
Thanks for the skip.
Let's pick up Eridar. He's offline like always. I don't know if it's gonna let me. I can't even invite him. Okay, or maybe he's not on yet. Oh,
Yeah, he has to be in the game.
oh okay. We'll see. How do I take this
Yeah, I
off?
don't know why the fights don't work when you're not game, but it doesn't. Kinda.
Well, good morning, good morning.
All right, so we got a couple more rounds.
I saw that lovely match. You did so many things wrong.
Yeah, well, it's my first match actually, my first in general.
Oh, that's cute then. I'm
I
gonna.
didn't have no abilities. I don't know nothing. The tutorial only showed you how to collect and shoot. That was it.
Well, basically, that's kind of what you need to do.
Yeah, but I saw Jim like slam the ground and some other stuff. I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
And of course.
he had some upgrades on his suit and so on and so
Oh.
forth. So basically, here's the thing: as you play, first and foremost, this is what I learned about this game. Avoid PvP. People are sweaty as heck in here. They're actually good, not gonna lie.
Well, yeah, if they got ARs and I got a damn pistol, of course. I mean, what am I gonna do?
Not just that. They actually know how to play, as in they know how to properly prioritize objectives and stuff. They have tactics, which at least I don't. My advice: stay alive. Just don't go for big, flashy objectives. Basically, if you can see an objective without properly like using your scanner, that means that everyone can see that objective. So the chances of you meet are higher. What I do, I use my scanner thingy to go for little objectives, farm points, get money, get better equipment, and stay alive. At the end of the match, you'll get an evac. If you miss that evac, you're done. You lose so many points. People tend to miss that evac. What I usually do and what I do with Jim, we go around, do the little objectives, gather points, go up in rank, and wait for the evac. At the evac, people are gonna die like crazy. We just like YOLO it and get the fuck out of there.
Right.
That's how we do things. Another advice that I can give you: let me create a party so I can get us on EU servers for better matchmaking.
Yeah, the matchmaking on NA is pretty slow. It was like 4 minutes that last match to get a match.
Yeah, so that's why just allow me to have the match.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah, it was rough.
So 2 minutes. There you go. And also you have crafting. As you play, if you get evac, you get crafting items that you can use to create weapons.
Man, I had to turn down the music again. Like it was fine, now it's louder. That's weird.
I just can't wait to get my CPU so I can put it in. Tired of
Oh,
this.
don't get me started, bro.
Tired of Discord lagging whenever I tab out.
Oh, bro, again, don't get me started, man.
Like every time I tab out, the whole Discord is like, no.
No, I'm not that bad, so I'm okay. Thank you.
That's so stupid.
Good morning. I hope you're having a good night. Yes, if you go into crafting, you'll see what you can actually craft. And you see requirements for certain items.
You think of some nice stuff to craft.
Good.
You can get better weapons, more powerful weapons. You get sniper rifles. You can upgrade your sniper rifle to have scopes. All kinds of stuff. Ooh, I can actually get the scatter gun now. Cool.
Can you now? Can you?
Or
This is cool, Mr. Jim. This is cool.
Or you can get a Phasic Lancer. What the heck is that? It's a 3-burst. I don't want a 3-burst gun.
Why not?
Which
It
one?
sucks.
Bro, you know what weapon I use? Yeah, the shatter gun. That bitch can pack a punch. And in game it costs you 500 points. Usually, what I do, the first item that I usually get is a sentry gun, a sentry turret. That should be good.
Yeah, those are nice.
Mm-hmm.
Put it down, let it do all the work for you.
All right. So what do you guys think? Like assault rifles, submachine guns, shotguns, snipers? What's good?
Honestly, tricks, all of them are good. It depends on your playstyle. Personally, I like to get in there, to get close and just like tap each and every little thing out there. If you're more
Well,
of a
it sounds like
support,
shotgun.
Yeah. I'm playing even my pistol is like a fucking mini shotgun, dude. I have 2 bullets that bloody. Yeah, that's
Blow stuff up.
exact.
Yeah, it's free to play on Epic right now, Kel. So absolutely.
Advice, tricks. Play a few rounds. Try multiple weapons. See what's more
Alright.
your thing.
First of all, how long does it take to get these weapons? I see they cost 200. Like, okay, so we were gonna get what with those objectives?
You set 200 tricks, and you did one objective.
Oh, one objective gave me 200.
You get money by killing monsters, doing
Because
objectives.
it looks like it was just going up by like 5. I think it was like. All right, I'll keep an eye on it this time.
Yeah, keep an eye on it. No,
I want to see the point calculations because that way I want to get out that pistol.
You should get money pretty fast. And
You go with the hammer.
and I go with what the fuck is the name of it? Give me a second.
Bulldog?
Yeah, the bulldog, bro.
Oh,
Yeah, the first
scare rat!
little
Wow, we
mission
got
I did
alien
was
guns.
About 100. First little mission. It was like 95 or something like that.
Oh, I got no kits right now. Then there's materials. What the heck? All right, so this is what you craft for later on.
Exactly. So you use materials that you gain from the game to craft your items. And here's another really important thing that people don't really know at first time. Let's say you in-game you purchase a weapon. You can do upgrades to that weapon. It will cost you, I don't know, depends, from 100 to 200, depends. If you upgrade your weapon, of course you get a better in-game.
Okay.
This matchmaking sucks too. What the heck? 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yeah, I can see that. This is not ranked. I don't want to take 16 ranked yet.
He can't anyway. He has to be level 3,
No,
right?
I can.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Even if he's not level 3?
Oh, wait, we got a match?
Wait, he's complaining now.
I'm gonna teach you a few things regarding the lobby, so you understand how and what things are doing. Yeah, you see the 2 statues that self-explanatory, like.
Check
good
me
places
out.
in this game, right?
Yeah.
You see where a panel.
Looks like another beautiful day on Fortuna's Bridge. Remember, what happens on the
You see this
surface
panel here.
stays on the surface.
This shows what objectives we have, and on the right it tells you about what the objective is. And behind you, you see a panel with squads and what players are. We are playing with a random, just so you know.
Oh, okay. Look at Jim showing off.
Says we're good to go.
And
Ground coordinates
red-wise,
set.
level a faction to level 3, then focus on the...
Right.
Basically what I do, I keep my factions at the same level.
Time
I
to go.
get
Now get your
one
stuff.
In this show, how to play, huh?
Yeah, you guys show me.
It's good.
So we're getting a number 1. You guys gonna carry me? Alright. Let's go.
First time we've been in first place.
All right, prospect.
Yeah, we did
Complete the
get,
most
first
contracts
place.
if you want top marks.
One down, you
Remember
asked
to
for
get
somebody
off
carrying
the
us.
planet before the cycle hits.
Right. Well, I like that the... We got a random. What the hell? What do we say here for
Yeah,
what?
we have a, you know what?
That's where we're
Let's
going.
give this guy a chance. Let's see what he wants, okay? Okay, let's do this. You're right, let's go.
So how many players are on the server?
I haven't played this before.
Oh my god, why am I getting...
Okay, regarding monsters, you see those...
Alright, I'm looking. Alright.
To prevent them from firing. If you hide them.
Yeah, this is
If you hit them once with any kind of stop their live attacks.
They'll shoot at you, they'll spit at you.
You remember from the last game, we had a monster that we shoot really fast, right? That's the blue one. That's there you go.
Wow.
You already have 125 troops. From
My okay.
Plus you gain some more for a dude fight.
The launch sequence will attract hostile
very
creatures to the
annoying.
carrier. You must defend it from any attacks.
Our drone carrier started its launch sequence. Keep the area clear while it's vulnerable.
Yeah, man.
Damn it, I need help!
Oh, shite.
Behind you guys.
Notice, operator exceeded expectation. Kit submarine enabled.
I'm down.
Yes, yeah, you're right. Wait, I'm gonna pull out of this.
Okay.
We gotta do
Notice, kit adapted for improved operation in current environment.
Prospector nearby.
Prospective nearby, prospective nearby.
Nope, that was me.
Check me
I
out.
accidentally pushed
Wow.
wrong button.
Come on, bro.
I'm trying to get used to. I might have to take my melee back to see.
Very true, Kelsa. Very true.
Okay.
Yeah. Were you guys lagging?
No.
It didn't seem laggy, but I mean, it just felt like. Or is it just this area? I don't know.
Check me out.
Oops. Yeah, I gotta change. Okay, I'm gonna change it to back. That's. I'm used to the C now. It's before. Yeah.
Fuck off, dude.
There we go, bot. Somebody got some stuff here.
Notice, kit adapted for improved operation in current environment.
The environment is interesting, though. At least it's not like dull.
Yeah, definitely. And you'll see when the storm comes, you'll see the environment change.
Oh, it's crazy.
That's one way to put it.
And then there's some missions that you have to do here. You have to watch out from getting struck by lightning.
Okay,
That's fun.
Jim, let's wait for Tix. He's kind of left behind a bit.
Oh, there we go. I had to turn on my field of view a little bit. It was being weird.
Yeah, no, it's not worries.
Oh, wow, look at this. Holy mackerel.
I got $400 already. Okay, I'm gonna buy it.
I have a turret upgraded with much manifold. Now I'm getting money for my shotgun.
Over here!
So, like turrets and stuff, how do you guys get that?
You need to unlock. You need to craft one in order to be able to.
Oh, okay.
From the crafting system. Yeah.
Gotcha!
Let's have this-
Careful with that. It's hot.
So, what do we do about ammo?
Ammo, you infinite.
Infinite?
Yeah.
Oh.
Don't forget
That was weird. Alright guys, let's go ahead and try to keep it in. Keep the motion implosion. Motion implosion, yeah, that's right. Let me make sure are we going after players? No, just dinosaurs. No, I'm not. I'm just seeing what he was doing. He's sniping anyway. Oh, yep, he saw one. I knew it. Okay.
Check me out.
Alright, so like all those abilities and stuff I have to get from crafting, so I just gotta progress. Get some crafting materials.
Okay, we have a mine over here. Let's do it, Jim.
That barely covers our needs. We extended your contract for more minerals, Prospector.
We've got someone close.
Where?
Oh no, my bad.
We have
Careful!
another.
We've got company.
They're over there. Yeah.
Okay, they fuck. Just come with me. Fuck the shit.
Let's go, 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 go! Move it, move it! Wow, my god.
What happened?
I don't know.
Yeah, team.
Drilling has started. You must now defend the drill
if you
from
would've
waves
shot
of
at us,
hostile
we
attacks,
would've-
or the drill will be destroyed.
Stay alive.
We will, we will.
Get out.
Caution. Hostile engagement by multiple prospectors.
Out, get out, don't engage, don't engage.
Purchase order received. Heads up.
Get out of there.
Oh, is this a shield?
Drilling is complete. Collect the minerals from the drill to progress in your minerals contract.
Ooh!
Be aware that rivals can also see the drill's beacon.
over here.
Drilled minerals can be taken.
Need support.
Watch above you.
Over there.
Caution.
Switch it
Hostile
around,
engagement
that
by
guy.
multiple prospectors.
Oh. Where'd you guys go?
What I say, I keep saying, get out of there, it's not worth it.
Yeah, man, I was shooting them and it takes forever. Unless I had a sniper. Yeah, it's all good.
Miranda would have shot at them, we'd be fine.
Yeah, true, true. Yeah, they're watching. Well, they're gonna get the beacon anyway. So, all right, what's the next objective?
No, he's just not as good because he can't stop shooting at them.
Is he,
But why-
like, can you just stop it, please?
There's no trio mode, just squads. What's that yellow ring around me?
One moment. Sorry, what yellow ring around you?
It's like a yellow
Need help over here.
circle
The drone
bar.
is stored in the nearby drone carrier. Find
Fudge.
more surviving drones.
Is he down? Oh,
So what is we have what's it called, bro?
I'm down.
Who's down?
There is a new set of research drones you can retrieve.
What the hell is down? This is not Fortnite. Don't go around just fucking picking fights from people. You need to be smart about it. Please.
You're gonna have some kind of strategy.
Damn it, I need help.
watch it. I think they might be here.
We're betting. We're risking. Don't risk.
No, I know. Just be careful. Yep, they're across from us.
We've got someone close.
They're gonna be over there. Be careful.
Need support.
Caution. Hostile engagement by multiple
Hold on.
prospectors.
I'm just shooting and running backwards. All right, let's go. Behind a rock. Careful, radar behind the rock above you.
We've got
There's last scene
someone
right there.
Transfer from
Multiple hostile prospectors engaging.
I am so close. Wait, I'm like,
Damn, how their shields coming back so fast? We gotta go.
go, 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 go. I'm putting turrets to guard the rasses.
Good, let's go.
I don't have the weapons to fight right now. I prioritize
No.
fucking objectives and PvP in my build.
At least you can go on
Careful,
branches.
the fight
Oh,
On me, on me, on me, on me, on me, on me. Come on.
Good.
Oh, it's okay. We got this. We got this.
problem is we are kind of doing objectives close to those guys, so they just keep coming. Oh, we're still getting points.
Look at that idiot. I'm just saying, look at that.
Oh, he's going after the. Yep.
What the heck? Who's hitting me?
Okay, I'm collecting the minerals. Boom, let's move. Here's the thing with this game. You don't stay. Do objective, you get out of there for the next one.
You don't be like that ADD either.
We have mine stores here. Yeah, I'll mine it.
Notice, kit has increased to match operator performance.
I think we lost easy AFK or something.
Fuck, you see, boy. It's another type of game that you go, okay.
Right behind you guys.
Oh, you are? Oh, you're...
Yeah, Jam. Look at you. Is he down again?
Over here!
Alright, perfect. Collecting the shit. Moving on.
Turret.
90 meters.
I see. So the good gun's like 500.
The good guns are even like 800.
Oh. Nice try, Jim. You missed it, bro.
I need some help. I need some help. I need a revive schedule. Tap those pockets and I'm gonna fall. Well done, man. And do you see, Chris, do you see the map starting to change?
Yeah.
That barely covers our needs. We've extended your contract for more minerals, Prospector.
100 meters.
Ooh.
What's going on?
What is he doing?
I honestly generally
Alright, so where are we looking at on the map? So when does the... Okay, so I see the lighted area is where we want to be, or is that just what we discovered?
That's what you discovered.
Ah, so there's no like green coming in. Okay.
No, this is four. So basically, we have four points. When that's zero, you're gonna start with this side. So these storms are, the storm is gonna intensify.
I like the storm. Look at that.
Yeah, and weird shit is gonna happen. And I don't know, like, as soon as we have the impact, shit, we will have to reach there. Okay, let me get my shot.
Our teammates here finally. Does the train actually come through this track?
No, this one is.
Oh, I saw lightning.
We have another mine here.
Let's go, hype now. Let's go. Here we go, hype now. Let's go.
Like, oh, this is an easy.
Let's go. Oh, evac ship arrives. Oh, wait, what we gotta do?
Not yet. Let's see. Yeah, we can actually. No, yeah, the evac ship alright. Be more complicated.
I just nobody needs to come.
Oh shit! Oh, hey, Big Mama.
Yeah, so if we're not over that way, there's the next
Oh, do you see that?
Like that flying one.
Oh shit! You can get loot from it.
Yeah, but I got attacked by a big group.
Nearing the end of this uplink's use.
Now
Okay,
look
do
up.
you see
Your
on your
ride's
screen
on the
without using
way.
your scanner? Do you see a red icon 400 meters from here
Yeah.
towards north? That's where the evac ship is going to be. Don't go there yet because the players are gonna rush it and it's gonna be fucked. And, let it be. We still have 2 minutes and 40 seconds until we actually be there. So let's slowly get towards. Then we can take it. I don't have a scanner. Why am I doing this? There's the ship. You see? Okay, we have. I need your help with the front there. There you go.
Oh, I lagged. What the?
Preventing
Oh God!
warning. Hostile breaches are preventing the evac ship from landing. Evac zone clear. Ship landing.
There you go, dude. Hold on.
Time to get off this ride. Hurry up.
Look at these guys. Ooh.
I hope you have a better understanding how
Yeah.
like useful for us. Again, it's not for you to get out. It's guys that you give them the last thing to get out.
Match operator performance.
Let's go. I'm getting a vehicle, so if you have the money, go. Let's get the fuck out of here. We have 50 seconds until we're getting damaged, so move it. Good, can you get the vehicle?
Now put that thing to good use.
You steer with your mouse, you steer with your alien.
Let's go.
Shit. We could fix something. That's the don't engage that, just
Help. Need help, I'm down.
Now buckle up. It's gonna be a bumpy ride. Hurry up, Prospector. That ship won't wait forever. Hurry up, Prospector. That ship won't wait forever.
Oh gosh, well done. Well done. First place, dude. First place.
Good job.
Well done. So you see, if we would have died, of course we would have gotten lucky.
Dude, I got nothing. All right, so I see the materials.
But you
Let's
just
go to station and let's upgrade and perform whatever wise.
level up, woohoo, level 8. Ooh, we got, what the heck is that? Oh, coding, wow.
Eh,
That's a great coding for a gun.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So how are these kits? Are they useful?
Yeah.
Yeah, the kits are like your uniform that you wear. Each one of them has different perks. Some are better than others.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, some of them are 800. Okay. All right, so my best bet's probably around a bit more. Okay, okay. All right, guys. Well, give me 1 second. We'll be doing this next round. All right, how's everybody doing?
I'm gonna get this in a queue while you guys do that, okay?
I can do bombardment. Nice. Precision airstrike. Which one sounds better? Yeah, I'm gonna get that one.
Phasic Lancer. Do I have a Phasic Lancer on? Yeah, I do have it. Okay, I'm gonna give that a go. That's a cool one.
Okay, okay. Play some GTA. I see you.
Oh shit, I didn't queue? What the fuck? My bad, I apologize.
Your kid. I was like, it's a quiet queue.
Yeah, I saw it.
I heard it, but it didn't. It didn't like go or something.
Yeah, I apologize. While we load in, I'm gonna grab a drink.
Now, what happens once we get the maximum amount of minerals? Do we keep stacking, or does it just you can't get no more?
It keeps stacking.
Oh yeah, you're right. I see it. 35 over 25. Okay, cool. Oh, I thought it was gonna be like a cap, like some way to balance it or something.
Nope, you can just keep going.
Dude, my frames were like. I mean, not bad, but during crazy scenes, it did kind of. I don't know how to explain.
Like crazy. Yeah, I was lagging.
Is this early access or is this a fully done game?
It's early access.
That makes sense.
It's super early access.
What I usually do, I go for a PvE build so I can clear camps fairly fast-ish. So you guys can also do the same, or you can like mix it up. Maybe I don't know. It's entirely up to you. Yeah, just so you guys know, I have a PvE build with turrets. I mean, I usually get my secondary weapons, so like my shotgun or machine gun or what the fuck, towards the end of the game. I prioritize food upgrading my sentry gun and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I kind of did both that round. I got my sentry gun and then I got a machine gun because my pistol just wasn't kind of anymore. I like the machine gun pistol, but man, it takes too many bullets to kill a monster.
Oh yeah. Well, I think I only had the submachine gun.
That's why I have the bulldog pistol.
How's the auto rifle, the AR-55? Is it good? Or here, let's see. It doesn't really show damage. It shows
which one?
Fire rate and speed.
AR-55 phased automatic auto rifle. Yeah, that's good. That's actually my choice of automatic rifle, and I have it upgraded.
I got the core. That was pretty good.
Oh, I see the upgrading. Okay. Yeah, the submachine gun just wasn't. I mean,
PDW is not bad. It's like 30 damage, but it.
Well, plus it gets a range too, so yeah. I don't know,
Yeah, for
man.
starting out, the phase rifle is the best, but then once you get higher, there's a core 47, which is pretty good. I like that one.
You know what? I'm gonna play support, dudes. I'm so gonna play support. I'm gonna get a sentry gun. I'm going to get fucking healing aura. So you guys can get near me to get healed up.
Wow.
Music sounds like it's like the end of the world, man. Getting ready for the apocalypse. Let's do it. Oh wait, do we have a match? Or
Yeah.
it's just me navigating.
So I'm gonna play the support. I'm gonna give you guys healing and all that stuff.
Okay, healing is cool. Dude, that's what I'm talking about. The abilities. That's
Yes, sir. So I'm gonna be support for healing and.
If this is your first drop, don't make it your last.
don't make it your last. Right, well let's do it, guys.
Shit, look at the statue. Look at the statue where I am. To your right. Here. Who's this idiot? I'm curious. Quick, come here. Who's this idiot behind me? The statue here.
Wow.
I claim the statue.
Alright, everybody,
Jim?
look alive. 1 minute. 12 is... No,
He's
we're
a
good.
team player.
Careful!
Oh,
We've got company.
He's a team player, bro.
I'm into your box.
Stay on your toes.
Dudes, we have a team player.
Why not two? Let's go. Hey.
Jim, are you still with us?
Yeah, still a cup under, but I just haven't really been playing that much, you know? I gotta get back in the groove. I've been on like for like an hour, so I just haven't really been able to stay on long.
Okay, Trix.
All right, Prospect.
All right, here we go.
Complete the most contracts if you want top marks. And remember to get off the planet
let's go.
before the cycle ends.
I need some money. Map is pretty big though. It's gotta be okay. So I see there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 objectives.
You had a statue, dude.
Jim, you're lucky.
Go for the next objective. I got it. Just go for the next objective. Or stay here. Stay here. I'm gonna go for mushrooms. Yeah, definitely.
Bum.
Boy, the mushroom.
Gee, there it is. Are you farting over here,
What the fuck
man?
is this guy doing? Oh my god, I hate
You're
this guy.
approaching
He's
some
taking
bright
my mushrooms,
caps.
bro.
You can collect these mushrooms for progress in the bright caps contract.
Murder him.
Yeah, I know, right?
Murder the mushroom thief.
Where'd mushroom go? Where the shrooms at? Yeah, I can't find them. I can use that on my pizza. I'm sick of pizza, bro. I've been having a lot of pizza because like so many places were closed. Huh?
Medium mineral.
Over here!
Take the spitters out.
Operator exceeded expectation. You can
Oh.
You good?
Yeah.
There you go, Jim. So right now we have spawned a really big mineral. 600 meters, something. I wouldn't go there yet.
Here!
Fuck off. Who keeps saying that?
Oh no.
Random.
Is it this guy?
Yeah, buddy.
Random, yep.
What is the random? Always got to be so random. Oh, air dart. What a fail. I'm going to go ahead and type the replay command because I can record replays now. Let's enjoy that.
There's players in there, I think, or is that...
Let's watch that replay, guys.
No, I'm shooting.
Okay. I heard some gunfire.
That is Eridar. That is Eridar with his epic failness. Right there, guys. Look at that. Now let's get across.
Why isn't he starting this up?
Those fools! Be aware, Prospector. Laser drill platform is approaching your sector.
What? The what? Oh, laser. That's not good. That's a big deal, man. That's a big deal.
Me and G have memories. Okay, we
You acquired the
have...
stipulated quantity of minerals.
Quite a while, but yeah.
You guys want to go?
You got a little greedy, I think. We would have probably just stayed on there for just a few minutes. It would have been good, but...
We've marked some specimens of interest. Hunt them down.
We have another mine 60 meters from me. Who's shooting at me?
That was Kim.
Moving on to the next one. 120 meters from us. And we also have some biomass to collect. 300 meters. South.
This reminds me of Mushroom Kingdom. What's the red what's the red bar for on the ground? Was that for me slamming or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the plan, yeah. That tells you when you go to do it. Like, if you're not high enough in the air, landed to death. Wow.
Okay, I'm gonna get much of the surface. And then
Wow, I love how quick it just comes. Like it doesn't even have to like launch down or anything.
Alright, let's go for the biomass. Ooh, mushrooms actually. Give me a second. Oh shit!
Oh. What about the mushrooms? They seem pretty explosive. How do I do the slam?
You jump very high and then hold your melee attack.
A what?
Melee attack.
The melee? Oh, L.
Fuck off.
Oh wait, what the hell?
Here!
Fuck off,
Yes,
dude. I'm not
really
trying to
high.
slow you on.
And then when you see that little red circle, you do the melee.
How high do I have to
The red
be?
circle, otherwise it won't let you do it. You pretty high. Which suit do you have on?
Yeah, it's not gonna work. Probably the beginner suit.
That's probably why, yeah, you might not have it.
I've seen it a few times. Oh, I just saw the red circle. No! The explosive ones.
Oh, I'm getting shot. You fucking asshole.
What's going on?
Jim is being Jim. Okay, let's go for the biomass.
Alright, let's go.
There.
Looks... They have company over there? Careful, Joe.
I need some help here. I'm gonna get the mushrooms. Okay, biomass is 70 meters towards here.
We gotta get rid of the mushrooms.
Yeah, this guy is a double the biomass, I think. Okay, the biomass.
Is he shooting from there? No, he's
He's
shooting
shooting at the biomass. No,
Okay.
he's shooting at the biomass. This is good. We need to be-
Notice, kit recalibrated to match increased operator performance.
Really well done.
Hunt contract completed. I still see mutant creatures in the area. Expect to get us more samples.
More biomass, maybe? Four. Okay, I need to store my mushrooms.
Bright caps will be
mine
stored
only?
in a container on your
Medium?
suit.
No, hard.
Be
this is
aware
hard.
that the
Yeah, mine
container
is
releases
hard, yes.
spores that attract ticks and are visible to other prospectors. The more you carry, the stronger these effects become.
Oh, I was like, who's that robot? It looks so adorable. It's not attacking me.
Cycle spikes generate special crystals. Collect these to increase your cycle spikes. The spike area is extremely hazardous. Notice, cycle spikes imminent. Cycle spikes will occur soon. No matter the space, location, and time until it starts. Kit adapted for improved operation in the current environment.
Hey, you wasted that.
Okay, let's see what the... Oh, shards, I think? Or
What is that you just used? Yeah, here it is, plane. Yeah, here it is. He's looking like he's the moving stars.
Okay.
Can we pretend that every star playing games like shooting stars? I can see it coming off his back right now.
Holy shit.
What?
I might have to make a book.
Made a boo-boo.
I have a mine on me, and this mine is gonna be a nasty one, dude. I might need some help here.
Oh, where'd you go? Wait, how come I don't
down
see
here.
you?
I'm down here, dude. I'm down here.
Oh,
Medium mine.
You're inside a cycle spike.
Oh, we
Collect
need to collect
crystals
these
to
shit.
increase your
We need to
contract score
collect
and avoid
the
lightning
spikes.
strikes to stay alive. The cycle spike has
It's gonna be
started.
collect the spikes and keep moving fast, okay?
oh, what the?
Collect the spike. Collect the red thing. Okay, dude?
And watch
Okay.
out for the... Ow. Watch out for the...
Need help! I'm down!
Down.
Help!
Shit, dude. Yeah, where the fuck you at? I see you. I see you.
Oh, ow.
Stay there, just stay there. Stay alive.
Ow.
Are you alive?
I just got hit by lightning.
Come on, bro. Hostile. Dude, take that shit and let's go. Take that shit and let's go.
Alright, I got it.
Go.
Notice, kit recalibrated to match increased operator performance.
Now put that
We
thing
are
to
not
good use.
fighting. I repeat, we are not
Alert,
fighting.
engaged by hostile group. The cycle spike will end soon.
Get this medium one over here. Real quick.
Yeah, Jim, where'd Jim go?
I got murdered.
Yeah, Yeah, you just come back to us just whenever you can, okay?
Yep.
Okay, mine towards north. Let's go there, quick.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, no problem, Thomas. No problem, bro. Glad you're doing good, man. Glad you're doing good. Stay strong. Stay safe during these hard
this is
times,
gonna be a
man.
nasty one.
Oh boy.
Very hard one. Quick,
Oh shoot! What the?
Oh shit. Heading north here if you need.
Now put that thing to good use.
I heard a bit.
Oh, we got a big boy.
Oh, the you. Oh, we will keep mine alive.
Behind you! Behind you!
You can go shut it down.
Need help, I'm down!
Who's down?
I got it! I got it! I got it! All right, we're good.
Barely covers our needs. We've extended your contract for more minerals, Prospector.
Ooh, mushrooms and the mine bricks. I really like how the map starts to change.
Yeah.
Big mushrooms. We will have to deliver them.
You got so much mushrooms, bro. Might as well start doing some mushroom topping.
Here!
I am the king of mushrooms. Okay. Okay, follow me. I need to get so we can get some more points.
That barely covers our needs. We've extended your contract for more minerals, Prospector.
Is your assistance ladies?
Maybe.
Are you talking here or what? Is the other guy dead?
No, he's
No, I think he's on the map.
clear. Yeah, he's clear over there.
Alright, let's check the mushrooms. Then we can get some more points. Then we can go to the one here. Yeah, we can probably do the mine if you want. Fuck it. Let me just sell the mushrooms first, okay?
Yeah, it's a rough night. It's a hard one.
I need some help here.
Notice. Kit recalibrated to match increased operator performance.
Mushrooms are all sold. Let's go for the mine. You can actually see through the drill little thingy blue. Towards south. No, did you just fucking leave or?
Just let?
No. And we also have the mine today. Yeah, also. Guys?
Oh!
Damn it, I need help!
Who's down?
on the way.
Yeah, good job.
There is a landed laser drill platform nearby. Locate its control terminal to begin drilling and generating score.
Warning. Platform ready for relocation. Please observe extended safety
No, get out of
protocols
here, get out
while
of
in
here.
the
Look
air.
at that shit. He's gonna move from my fucking shoe. Run!
Oh, I can't stay in there?
No, okay, we need help here.
Warning. Hostile creatures are preventing the evac ship from landing. You are near a group of mutated creatures. Hunt them down and collect their biomass to progress in the contract. Warning.
Pick up
These
the
creatures can
physical
pose a
data,
high
okay?
threat. This is biomass collected from the remains of mutated hunt creatures. Picking it up will count for progress in the hunt contract. Warning. Hostile creatures
let's
detected in
go,
evac
let's go.
zone. Eliminate them.
Oh, this is very hard, dude. Be careful.
Let's do it.
Evac zone clear. Ship landing.
Bus is here. Now hurry up before things get bad.
If you need help, just come here. After you do this,
Help.
Unit taking damage and drops to the right house. The more damage you take, the more you drop, up to dropping the entire container.
Go. We are so...
Enjoy your new toys.
We're gonna make it. We're gonna start taking damage, but that's okay. Just get out, okay?
Things are getting bad. Get to the ship now. Storm's heating up. You need to move.
Help.
Are you back?
I'm down.
Safe and sound. Nice.
Oh, I evacuated. Oh, okay.
The random sound.
You're on the
Wow.
You just got one.
We
What
won.
place, dudes? Let's go.
Cool, man.
Yeah, that's all that we say. We all
We all share materials, though, right? Like with those things.
Yeah.
Okay, because
Yeah,
I was
we all
looking
share.
at it. It looked like we were sharing.
Yeah, we all share everything. Well done, dudes. Well done.
You know, just knocked out 4 challenges.
Well done. Well done, dudes. Well done. Okay, so you see, we avoided PvP and we actually won the game. This game, from my experience, this game is not about the PvP. It's
Nope.
about being tactical, doing the objectives as efficient as you can, and getting out of there alive.
So, what are the
PvP
benefits for
is
even taking out players? So, like, what's making them want to attack?
You do get points. You do get points, and of course you eliminate them. But keep in mind one thing: they have those 2 lives. So if you take them once, they are still gonna come back. Why you risk it? From my point of view, again, this is just my playstyle. You guys can do whatever you want. But from my point of view, why risk it? Just be sneaky, go for the objectives, be efficient, win the game. Or
Yeah, we got greedy a few times and it cost us big time.
yeah.
Because we
Well,
went for the
I
PvP,
think
we
when
went
people
for
think
that.
battle royale, they just have that natural instinct of attack. You know, because that's just pretty much how they all play.
For me, honestly, again, for me, this is not a battle royale because this is not like last team standing type of situation. It is like all teams can stay alive at the end of the game, if you know what I mean. If
And
they
you can
get
actually team up too with teams that I saw that
you can
earlier.
team up with other teams and shit like that. So yeah, I don't know. This is a bit different from your normal BR bullshit.
Oh, you got a follower. Look at that. Woo! We're playing a weird game.
What the fuck?
You got a new
Oh.
follower.
Oh, but we did good, guys. Proud of you, especially of Trix.
Even with a random idiot.
Not
that was
Calamar.
not even around.
Yeah, no, we just did our own thing.
It was like a
Yeah, this game is not on
version.
PlayStation, but it's I just started today, guys, so don't take my word for it. But I believe
give you at the beginning, break into little groups, do multiple objectives at the same time.
it's early access.
So, for example, let's say you and Trix go left, I go right, because the other guy is idiotic. So yeah.
Yeah. So is this game supposed to come out for PlayStation?
I honestly don't know. I'm not gonna lie to you.
They probably will, though. I don't know. Since it is still early access.
Yeah, I don't want to say anything that I don't.
Yeah. Because it is early access, so we don't know. Because the game's really new still. My foot got stuck. I need to get new.
Yeah, and it's also still pending a rating, so yeah.
This game's, I'd say, E.
The way these games kind of work, though, is that even though it's early access or beta, it'll still launch. I mean, look at Fortnite. Look how long that's been beta.
Look at Minecraft.
They waited till what, season 6, 5, and it's still beta?
Well, Minecraft is still beta. Considered still beta.
Not necessarily. Only beta if you want to try the beta features, but the actual game itself is complete.
Well, when I launched
Okay.
Minecraft the other day, it still says beta under mine.
Well, probably because the new Minecraft came out. Everybody's trying to play the new one, so yeah, it's gonna say beta. That's just the universal thing. But if you don't play the beta, it's still the regular. Oh, but yeah, it's pretty cool, Calamar. I like it. I like it's really good. And yeah, sorry about that, Phantom.
Because they don't really want to fully launch it, so that they're more responsible for what happens in the game.
Yeah.
Like how long has the COD Battle Royale been out? It's still beta. But it's still trashy too, so I can see why it's still beta.
Right, right. Early access. Well, at least it's not like on a Kickstarter page and never gonna get finished.
Behind it.
I'm getting tired of those kind of games.
Kickstarter pages, huh? Do you wanna fight? bitch?
Nah, it's just there's a lot of developers.
Start a Kickstarter for a game, but then apparently I am not allowed to do that because Strix is like this thing.
Hey, if you Kickstarter it, as long as you finish your project, I'm sure that's all everybody cares about. The thing is, a lot of people don't finish. They collect the money and then they disappear.
I know. Day of Dragons, for example. That's I don't if you know about it, but that the developer is beyond.
There's quite a few, and it's pretty shady. And the thing is, some people still back them, and they're still like, let's say even Patreon. I've seen people work. You know, it is what it is. Some people have that hope of like, hey, it's gonna happen. I still want to help the developer. Hey, for all means, do what you do. But for those of for them to meet their goal and still not finish their project, it's like, what's going on? Did you go out of town? Did you leave the country, or what's up here? You're not talking. You're not posting anything. You're not telling your community what's happening. I mean, are you still alive? Like, talk to us.
That's like last year.
Right. Yeah, the game disappeared
for a year.
A year later, they're like, "Hey, we're coming up for Steam." It's like, well, you did kind of talked about it, but then you just became ghosts and left your fans. Like, your community was patient. Yeah.
And now it's back, and it's still. I think they broke it. It was better the Discord version, honestly. If I could go back to playing the Discord version, I would.
Yeah. Well, what I like about this is it's a nice little twist. Like, it's not just launch from the sky, grab weapons, and get kills.
Mhm.
There are some weird mechanics to it, but again, I have to play it more before I get judging. Like, the infinite ammo thing seems kind of, but then again, for what you got to do, the little PvE missions, if you had to worry about ammo, that'd be kind of crazy.
That would suck, yeah.
I mean, maybe have ammo costs not so much. I don't know. Like, I'm just thinking things like, because like I see players when they go into battle, they just got infinite bullets. You know what I'm saying? Maybe
or
there'd be
have, like,
something.
a purchasable ammo crate, or something like that you have to throw down. And you can stock your ammo.
Yeah.
Instead of
Yeah,
infinite
champ.
ammo
Yeah.
and a little crate.
Over here!
Okay, cycle windows opening now.
In early access for 8 months, the devs are open about development and active in the community. See, that's a good thing though. But see, they're already on Epic Launch. Oh, I forgot to grab a drink.
That's always
What
nice
is
when you have
going
an
on?
And your devs are happy.
I am the game that Chris hasn't played yet.
No.
And he calls himself my friend.
New contracts available. Complete as many as you can, then get off this rock before the cycle closes.
Answer that one.
Yeah. I'm going for mushrooms. You go for the first.
Where's our...
Mine. Go for the mine. I'm going for mushroom.
Paradar, man. You and the mushrooms, man. What's up, man? Something we need to know?
Yeah. Always. Come on, go for the mine, bro. Mine here. You got this. I'm going for the
I
mine.
learned that one the hard way.
So we lost it. Wow, rude. Might as well just be a 3-minute team anyway.
Hey, wait, what?
We have more mines. Come on, go for them.
Step for it. Do you get anything for killing these little red creatures?
Yeah, you get whiskey and money.
Hey, what the hell over here then? Yeah! I killed that little... Okay, they take too long to kill. Alright, let's go. Yeah.
Some help? I could definitely use some help.
Oh, I got the one above you. One above you said. Ooh.
Yeah, I
I've
need
been
some
sitting too much. I might have to stand up here in a second.
Alright, let's go. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna...
Leave the poor leaf man alone.
Try.
I don't know. I was curious. See what happened.
Did the poor choice of
Hey, what the heck?
what to do.
I like the area, you know. And what I love too is like the landscape, how it's popped out. You know what I'm saying? It's not flat or like it's just a tiny hill.
Exactly, it's a real landscape.
You know, a couple things I could tell they could work on the way the placement of the objects, but that's only if you're like looking directly at it.
I don't think this is procedural generated. I think this is like handmade.
Yeah?
I'm not gonna lie to you.
No, I was looking at that railroad track and the poles weren't in the ground.
Okay, how about this?
You know, I see this tree bush is going right through the rock. You know, things like that. You know. But, like I said, not bad. You know, I'm those people like in Cupcake Wars where I go, well, the texture it's moist, but it has like that dry aftertaste. Like once it settles within the saliva, it actually causes like some form of dryness and it gets you hydrated. Like you have to drink something afterward. And the topping is very, very sweet. Like it's very strong, and it just overcomes the actual texture of the cake.
Yeah, I'm
Too busy finding
Kit has increased to match operator performance.
Oh, what? What's going on here? Ugh. You farted again, Jim? Come on, man.
Little nasty tick.
Blowing the gas. Somebody fart in chat, please. Fart in chat.
That was Aradar.
But don't worry, Jim. I'm working on something, bro. Farts in chat and stuff. I'm gonna have to. Only problem is, man, I gotta choose wisely which ones because I can't do all of them.
Okay, I need your help.
We're coming. I'm right here. Take out the hurler. Because I need my 14 points. All right, where you at?
Medium here.
You go around and report all those things so they have a list of most of them. Ah, that's good. Yeah. No, but overall, it's good. It's good. I'm not gonna be nitty gritty about it. You know, that's just how I am. You know, like, you know, the only thing I noticed was like maybe frame drops. I'm on an RTX 2080 Ti. I shouldn't really be lagging, but I know it's early access, so again, it's understandable. But overall, though, it's
I collect that shit.
camera's good. I don't know how it looks with you guys, but for me, it's pretty good.
Kit recalibrated to match increased operator.
I mean, I'm only streaming at 30 FPS anyway, so I mean it's. Right. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you.
What the fuck are you firing at?
Oh yeah, they're coming down the hill. Back and chilling up the hill to get up at your water. Oh damn. Okay. Radar came in like a boss. Radar, you're so green, bro. Like you're holding a green gem on you.
I know, because of the mushrooms. Don't make any bad jokes.
Oh, so you got the mushrooms, so now you have the green. I get it.
Actually,
Right. What the? Right. Mining it up, guys. Let's go.
You guys do this. I'm gonna go fucking get you.
Copy that. You go do the F, and yeah, you're gonna go ahead and do the.
Relay is almost complete.
Well, after this, go for the up.
Copy that. Minimals collected. We're good. We're gonna go. Why does it feel like VSync is on, but it's not? Oh, I gotta do the NVIDIA control panel thingy. Okay, let me just launch it, and then I'll get back in the game real quick so I don't get AFK. And after this round, I'm gonna fix it. Forgot about that. For each game, I gotta set it.
Okay, go for the up link. Yellow one.
Okay.
I'll meet you there eventually.
Hut 1, Hut 2, Hut 3.
This will definitely be the evac.
I think we lost tricks.
Oh, you did not lose tricks. I'm by the thing.
By what thing? I'm at that thing right here.
I know, but I'm about to hit over the railroad tracks now, and I see you down the hill.
Why does it say still capture that? We captured it, didn't we?
It has like a cooldown and shit. Hey, let's go for the mine after that. You captured it, right? That's what you're saying, that you captured it. Yeah, if you did so, you can go for the... We'll go for the blue mine thingy. Okay? Oh, it's this thing. Follow that shit. We need to follow that thing up. Follow the big thing in the sky. Okay?
A big thing in the sky. Oh, the ship.
Yeah, that is the
Oh, that's the.
mine.
I got what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. A few more points.
Need support.
What? You do? Where?
Protector on me, shit. I'm running. I'm getting out of here. I'm getting out of here. Meet me. Meet me. Meet me.
Oh, you're not too far from us, so that's good. What's shooting you?
Hostile. Prospector. Healing up.
Oh yeah, he's up there.
Prospector nearby.
Alright, where is he?
Warning.
He's on the beacon thing.
Prospectors.
It's me now. Can we make a...
But you can't stay on there.
Can we make a play? Can we make a play, please? What are they shooting from?
He
Shooting from the...
We
Yeah.
got someone
From the mine.
close.
You're up there.
They're shooting from the fucking mine. Alright,
It's landing, and there's 3 of them.
No, I don't like this shit, dude.
Nah, we got no weapons, bro.
Want me?
Let's get it.
I'm gonna go...
Notice. Kit adapted for improved operation in current environment. The cycle spike has started.
The turret is shooting. Whoever set that back. Yep, they're coming. They're coming. They're back
Stay
there.
on your toes.
Okay. Good to know, good to know. Are we gonna risk it or...
Nah, I don't have the weapons. Well, unless you guys.
Oh, listen, the red spikes are gonna come here. 300 meters, let's go. Let's go for the spikes, okay?
Okay.
I just got this weapon, but yeah, I just got it. So
Let's go for the spikes, dude. Keep in mind, don't let the lightning hit you. Collect the spikes.
There's players over there.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Prospector nearby.
Okay, then we need to move in and out fast.
Right in front of you, right now. Right in front of you.
We've got someone
Oh,
close.
I didn't mean to shoot. I'm at the mark. My bad.
Need help over here.
I'm putting out here, down here. Run! Oh!
Caution. Hostile engagement by
Go on to the gate now.
cycle spike will end soon.
Need help. I'm down.
Bounty target dispatched.
Where you got?
Took one down. I took one down.
We've got someone close.
Jim dead. Okay, let's fuck them up. Let's fuck them up. Let's fuck them up.
But what? I got a pistol.
Doesn't matter. He's low health. He's low health.
Oh yeah, he is. He is. He is. He's running up top. He's right there.
Hostile engagement by multiple
Oh, he's low. He's low.
cycle spike has ended.
Yeah, he's low.
Bounty target
Good. 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 Good.
GG.
Oh.
nice.
That's it. That's 2 of them. Oh. Bro, I meleeed the other. Oh, I got full health now. How'd that happen? Oh, he regenerated? Wow, that's over. That's OP, bro.
The yellow acting to extend from the yellow thing.
Okay, we didn't get much points though for taking them out, though. To be honest,
Yeah, that's why I say PvP for my point of view.
we'll see the point of it. I got like what, maybe 20 points or something. That's good. At least they're not like they didn't try to make it like heavily PvP focus.
Exactly. That's what I'm
Well, what's this? What is this building? Wow, bro.
It's gonna be the E-flag most likely. Let's go for the uplink, the yellow one, okay?
Let's press that replay on Eridar right there, guys. We gotta watch that again. Roll that back for me,
We
please.
have 6 minutes. 6 minutes. It's okay. I mean, as long as we literally survive the match, I'm good with any place.
Just to let you know, bro. Every time you fail like that and I'm behind you, I replay it.
Wow.
Yeah, you like that, Jim?
Help!
You almost coming?
Cool.
Oh, radar, careful. Oh, that's just monsters, right?
Oh shit, dude.
Oh, you got players.
We've got company.
Oh,
it, I need help.
Shoot.
I'm gonna
Alert. Engaged by hostile group.
I don't have the arsenal for this. I just need 100 more points. Jim, where you at? Oh, you guys respawn anyway. Yeah, we might have to pull back, bro.
I won't respawn though, because I'll die.
Yeah, they're chasing after you.
Yep, I know.
Stay on
You
your
got one right
toes.
there.
I'm coming to you as fast as I can.
I've already died once, I won't respawn again.
Oh, I like that. I can see through rocks. Hey. Alright, sit right here, and if they come, I can see them. Oh, one's behind you. Going up to that. He's going up the stairs.
We've got someone close. Stay on your toes.
Careful, Jim. One right next to you, bro.
Need support.
Jim, we gotta go. Just get.
Hostile engagement by multiple prospectors.
I'm coming towards you.
I'm out of there too.
Out of there, Jim. Run.
Oh, what the?
I'm down.
Wow, sniper! Wow. Holy cow. Down. Okay. Wow, that committing carpentry just destroyed.
Come on, dude.
Radar, where'd you go? Oh, I see you. I see you.
The thing is, right now we are last place. We are 5 points. We need something.
Oh, I need to regenerate.
Let's try and get the uplink. Please. I see you. On me.
I am full dead.
Oh, I see them there.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them there. Alright, you know what? Give me a second. Let me, man, I can't get anything. I'll just... Is there a way to get 100 points real quick? The world's about to end anyway, so let me just go ahead and get the submachine gun for now.
Good
We've
use.
got money for Jedi, that's not it.
Oh yeah. How much do you need?
Oh, it's okay. I already bought the sub. I'm gonna get the health regen just in case. Alright, let's go. Not the best weapon in the world, but the round's over in 3 minutes anyway.
Transfer from current uplink relay is
Let's get you back home. Evac's coming in 60 seconds.
Alright, no problem. Yeah, killing mods is the fastest way to get money. Gotcha. Yeah. You know, I don't know if it's all rocks. No, it might just be certain areas. Yeah, it looks like it's certain areas.
Multiple hostile prospectors engaging.
Oh no, the wind's hurting me. It might be just areas like where the rocks like meet.
Bro, I need you on me.
Okay, Pip, I'm coming.
Ship unable to land. Please clear the evac zone of hostile creatures.
Going? Bomb,
Why did they
let's go
leave
for the
it?
uplink.
Did they all die and they just left it?
I don't know.
They might have run for the uplink.
Oh boy.
Ship unable
I
to
don't know if you
land.
believe her,
Please
it's
clear the evac zone of hostile creatures.
We're at first place because they got eliminated.
Landing zone clear.
And
Please
this
proceed
one
to evac.
PvP all the time.
We're gonna risk it, okay? Are we gonna risk this?
Bus is here. Now hurry up
Okay,
before
let me check
things
the
get
score.
bad.
No, we have no chance whatsoever to do. Let's go to the evac.
Oh yeah, I don't even have enough for a vehicle. Oh, how much was it? 120? I don't have it.
Yeah, run, just run.
Oh, I see the player died. Oh yeah.
That's why I keep saying, stay alive. Doesn't matter. Just stick to what place you stay alive. Because you...
I still have a respawn anyway.
You do, I don't see.
Kind of put us at a disadvantage.
Well, we have to escape this channel. Let's see if I can me on Yeah, fuck it, let's go.
Storm's heating up.
Yeah,
Need to move.
go.
Now buckle up. It's gonna
Bye
be
bye.
a bumpy ride.
Yeah, we kind of winged this, no?
Cut the
Yeah,
close,
we
Badger.
did it.
Get to the ship.
Ooh.
We kind of winged this, you know.
Fourth place.
Yeah, thank you, Kelomar, for your hints, mate. Highly appreciated. Finding someone useful in your chat, Trix.
Wow.
Yeah, right.
Banner, I got a cool banner. Ooh, look at it.
I also have I have an egg wipe banner.
That's what I gotta do, just got it. Where do I put that at now? It just automatically go.
No, you need to select it yourself.
Where does it go? Ride? Can I customize my ride? Oh, I can. No, I can't.
Okay, let's see crafting. What can we craft here? I do wanna get this item here, dude. My god, what this shit is.
What do you guys think is like a really good first thing to start crafting? I don't know, abilities, kits. Oh, these are turrets.
Oh, I might have to get that gun. Holy cow.
Let me get us into a.
Where's it? What point? Which whatever it would be.
Find that gun. I just got killed by that gun.
So it's kind of like Apex. Yeah, I'm gonna test the weapons. I don't want to just start unlocking random things like oh wait, we got secondary too. Well, not much. Primary, I know. I do like this gun. I was looking at the damage. This one looks like it's got more damage or fire rate and range, but less damage. But you can customize it too.
What you enjoy is a good first goal. And yeah, personally, I found mine. I'm using the Bulldog, and for the kit, I am using the what's this face? The Dragonfly flight suit.
Yeah, that's what I think Trix might need to equip, or maybe try one of the ones, just see what they have. See what he likes.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, because it seems like the kits were pretty crucial. But right now, how many are you allowed to have? You can have 3? Oh, and you can... Oh, I see.
And each one of them has different abilities you could do. The boxer suit is good, but it sucks for flight because you can't go up high. You can only jump, basically. you can't actually fly around the map like you do with when you start off with. And the dragonfly suit is probably one of the better ones. You can fly.
Alright, so sidearm and kit, and then so getting it is one thing, but leveling up is probably where it starts to get costly.
And you can do the
What time is it?
Nope. Makes you weaker though too.
Yeah, and exactly what Taylor Master says, you know, crafting a kit is cheap, but upgrading that, that can take some time.
Yeah. Especially that great way. I still got one tier to go.
Oh. Improved regen, okay. Wait, these are free? Oh no, I see it. Oh, I'm about to say, because they were blue, I was like, wait, what?
No, blue means that you can actually craft that.
Reduce damage while sprinting, that could come in handy. So the accessories, is there any level ups with that, or is it just a one-time buy?
The accessories, wait, what?
Yeah, so like on your prospector kit.
You buy it, you own it type of situation. For that.
Yeah, I liked the boxer kit for a while, but then I couldn't fly, so I was like, yeah, that sucks. I like to be able to fly.
Oh, Pistol Master. Is that what you have, Eridar?
Which one?
Pistol Master for your accessory 3?
Dragonfly suit, yeah, Pistol Master.
I was gonna say, yeah. Okay. Well, damage increase on kills, does that count for the AIs?
I actually don't know.
Performing kills, it doesn't really specify.
I think it's for anything AI mostly, I think. It might be for players too, but I don't know.
Oh yeah, I see. So it changes like your health and stuff. Movement speed seems to be the same for all of them.
Okay, so damage on kills triggers on both AI and players. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Oh, cool. Okay, let's do this. Eridar, which faction or blueprint did you go with?
I am alternating them. I'm going like on everything.
Okay, and then Jim, what did you go with?
I just pick whatever one needs to be leveled up. Right now I've been doing science in progress, so Osiris.
Yeah, that's the one I'm doing. So yeah, I was looking at Warsuit, Boxer Warsuit. Just the only thing is, it's got good health and shield. But yeah, it says holding jump charges up a high jump where you... Oh, so I can't like hover.
You can't fly, yeah. I had that too. It's nice because you got more health, but you have to like run around every mountain.
Oh, all factions, I get it. So I gotta, okay. So the Osiris is this one. This is the quick suit. This one gives you the ability to perform mid-air jumps, side and backwards dodging, but lower health. Oh, I better choose wisely. I'm gonna save my points. Let me get this faction level because some of it was actually grayed out anyway.
Over here!
Exactly right. Okay, cool. That's amazing, guys. Totally amazing.
Yeah, basically this is the working game map.
Alright, guys, I'll be right second.
Right here, your bike. Mine.
Not with my bitch.
Time to buckle up now. Got pods fueled up and ready to go. Time to go.
crash again. I guess that's kind of cool. It's actually different every time, so you never know what you're going to get. It's not the same thing over and over again. Oh, you gotta get this, you gotta get that. Change.
New contracts available. Complete as many as you can, then get off this rock before the cycle closes.
I'm going for mushrooms.
All right, let's go ahead and go about with this now, guys. All right, let's go, go, go!
I want as much as you guys take everything else. No. No, what did I tell you now?
Wait, I just put my headphones on. Wait. You want more shrooms?
Yeah, I was going for mushrooms. It's okay, come on. Let's go for the monkey. I like how these packages are.
Wow.
Actually, I shouldn't go for the mushroom. I need to farm money and I need to farm it fast because I am the one providing the house.
Kit adapted
Go?
for improved operation in current environment.
We have some let's go for okay, let's do this quickly.
I've highlighted the pack with interesting mutations.
Let's cover it. We have animals to hunt down for biomass.
Heck, the animals just disappeared. Oh, there they go.
Good, I need you.
Look at the sky. It seems Korolev is bringing down a laser drill platform today.
Notice. Kit adapted for improved operation in current environment.
Hey, Bubby.
Find these creatures. We need to kill them. I know where the heck they are. For the biomass, find the the creatures for the biomass. I'm gonna do this mine really quickly.
Okay, so we're up here. That's good.
Cheers, Jim. This is
Okay.
Oh, that guy left, by the way.
You've acquired the stipulated quantity of
Should we
minerals.
go for the drill?
We
Should it
need
be
more.
idiotic enough?
It is close by. Are you guys shooting?
No?
No, there's other players.
Alright, let's go.
Careful, careful. They might be around
We've
there.
got company.
Okay, let's go. Yeah, they're going for the drill. Should we?
One, they're crossing the bridge. I don't know.
I don't know. There are at least 3 of them.
They got pistols too.
Are we risking this or?
Okay. Maybe there'll be allies?
Hi. Are we doing this?
Careful with that. It's hot.
Well, let's go.
Okay. Let's give you a gun real quick.
Need support.
Behind you, Air, behind you.
Shit. Shit. I fucked.
Alert. Engaged by hostile prospectors.
That regen though is crazy. He's going mid, he's going mid.
Oh shit, dude.
There is an active laser drill platform nearby. Locate its control terminal to take it over from your rival and begin generating score for your laser drill contract. Multiple hostile prospects.
Laser throw reached maximum depth. Please keep the area clear.
Got him. Oh!
Bounty target dispatched. Under attack by hostile prospects.
Wow.
Over
I
here.
got you.
Vitals critical. Emergency triage
I got
engaged.
you.
Yeah, I'm in a safe zone anyway. I took one of them out.
Vitals stabilized.
Oh. Okay.
You said it. I could have it. Ow.
Come jump down.
Under attack by hostile.
Oh!
Fatal wounds.
Wow, what the?
Triage mode activated.
I got you.
Triage complete.
Let's go up.
Help.
Clear.
Warning. Platform ready for relocation. Please observe extended safety protocols while in the air.
Get on the platform, please. Get on the platform.
I'm on it, I'm on it, I'm on it.
Alright, let's eliminate everyone on the
Damn it. I need help.
Whoa.
This ship left above me. I was getting shot at by something.
Caution. Hostile engagement by multiple prospectors.
Alright, we're the only one here. Jim, right? Right, we got you fighting here.
Almost dead.
No, I got you. Hey, come here. On me.
No, not them. I'm saying I almost got them dead.
Oh, no.
Oh, what the?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a bunch of people coming, bro.
Oh, shit, dude. Oh, this is pretty cool. You gotta admit.
Under attack by hostile prospector.
Whoa.
Oh, this one's determined. Got him half shield. Here, no, he's almost dead.
Careful. We've got company.
weaken him. I weaken him.
Alert. Engaged by hostile group.
Oh!
We're drilling, and we are all
Laser drill activated.
1 meter.
Please
Fast
keep
and
the
clear.
area clear.
They're coming up, bro. They're coming up.
People need. Please, I genuinely need you up here. We need to defend this shit.
Need support.
Where the hell did you go?
Kit has
I said
increased.
up, I said up.
Laser drill is now at
Oh, one's coming up. One's coming up.
the area
I have
clear.
two on here, I have two on here.
Damn it, I need help.
What are you doing down there? Patrols.
Laser drill is maximum depth. The
I
area
need a regen. Stand behind you.
Alert. Engaged by hostile group.
Got him, Jim. You got him behind you, bro.
Need support.
I'm not worried about them right now.
Need help. I'm down.
Oh my god.
Whoa!
Turn the one with the deal.
Shield regen is crazy, bro.
I mean, be good. I am down.
Life critical.
Whatever, man.
Engaged.
Because you got everything.
Demise averted.
And then
You're
all the
welcome.
things sitting around all over the place too.
Damn it, I need help.
Oh my god, I need help. Can I get some help? Tricks. I'm
Let me help you with the
literally
AI. I'm coming.
down. Take these fuckers out here. I can't survive.
Transferring
Take it out.
energy
Not
to
enough.
ally.
I'm good now.
Hospital on you.
Emergency shield activated.
Wow.
Commencing triage.
Hide yourself. Just hide yourself. Hide yourself.
In the mutated
Stay there. Just stay there. Hello.
Operator expiration.
Yeah.
Okay?
I feel like I'm playing kind of like Halo. Like the shield and health is just insane. Damn turrets saved them too. If it weren't for the turrets, I had them.
Like 6 turrets in there. Like holy shit! I've seen all of them. Like wow.
Interesting.
Yeah, he was garbage. Like I had him, but he had abilities on me that I don't, so it's cool. She chased everybody else off.
Get chased by or hit by.
Okay, I am getting a health. So this shit, I can kill you with this shit if I can hit you. So again, stay near me. I'm your medic. Let me actually medic you.
All right, so what are we doing next? Jim, you're gone.
Shit, you mean-
Forever dead. Yep.
At least staying alive, I would say. Agreed?
Yeah.
Yeah, they kind of focused on me. They knew I was already dead once. So they just
Yeah.
kept-
All right. Well, we got 5 minutes left, so I'm not worried about the drill. Let's just get some minerals and stuff. And
Yeah, you have on my head. Is that your fighter?
that's me.
Can you join me?
All nearby mutated creatures have been killed.
Where did you
Remember
go?
to collect their biomass remains.
Hold on.
Oh, I see you. Okay.
Oh, these are spots because they are... Oh, fucking 6! Fucking 6!
I'm down.
Assisting ally.
I gotcha.
I'm good now.
Stay the circle to fill up. The circle will fill up, okay? Okay, let's just go. You've got to admit, this is an interesting take on the genre.
Yeah, it's definitely different. Yeah, and I understand balancing is gonna be crazy because like it's not the wait, what happened?
We're second place, dude.
Ooh.
He was half the team's dead. Or one DC that I'm dead. Yeah, I think CDP, yeah.
We have never worked with
This is a weird part of the game.
Kit adapted for environment.
Wow.
Wait, take this.
Got it. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, try and take this thingy. It's like an airstrike. Can you?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I got it. I never used it though, so what do I do with it? Just call it?
Yeah. Go ahead and try it out just so you can see how it works, okay?
Oh yeah, it's infinite. Okay. Oh okay,
Attack
just.
ships on the way.
Oh okay.
Get
How do?
ready.
Oh, I changed it. Oh no, maybe not. How quick is it? That was it? Oh.
It's very quick.
Oh, lag spike. Oh god.
Let's see. We have
2 minutes.
I don't know where to go.
Did you grab Jim's dog tag so we can revive him?
Wrong game, bro. Wrong game.
Oh, sorry, bro. Did you saved up 3,500 points, 4,500 points so we can just get him out the shop?
Yeah, definitely. We have another. Oh, bro. Yeah, we need to find him.
That would be kind of OP if you could do that. Bring back your
Warning.
teammates after you
Hostile
die.
creatures detected in
This
evac
one is
zone.
gonna
Eliminate them.
big time. Very hard. You ready, dude?
Let's go.
You
Are
are
you
near a
ready?
bright capture deposit station. Standing inside the relevant area automatically begins subtracting bright capture. Be aware that rival prospectors may be near. Warning. Evac ship cannot land. Please clear the landing zone of hostile creatures. Landing zone clear. Please proceed to evac.
Lunch here. Now hurry up before things get bad.
Do you see that?
The one's up top.
Okay, perfect. This is gonna take a second.
Stipulated quantity of minerals. We need more.
3 seconds.
Oh god, dude, I don't have them.
I have the car.
Jim, what's the difference between us and the second place in points?
40.
Bullshit, no.
You do get 50 for extraction, so they got one person left.
Oh, okay, let's go.
They might not make it because the squad one is full team, so
Biggs, don't
they're
fight
best.
us. Okay?
Just jump in.
Just jump in.
Need help over here.
Base
I'm in.
down.
There, no, you missed. Sorry, get in there. Wait. Man, they put turrets around it and everything.
Storm heating up. You need to move. Hurry up, Prospector. That ship won't
We
wait.
were third
forever.
place.
Oh, we did good. I don't like that. No, that was good. Yes, that was good.
Yeah, the mining thing helps a lot because it gives you a lot of points. But man,
Yeah,
that's
but it's
tough
so
keep
hard to do.
because everybody's going for that thing.
Right.
We just take a team out there, but we got gangbanged 2 more.
Yeah, just too many groups.
And of course, losing one person at the start was not helpful.
Right. No.
Oh,
Best thing to do is let the teams fight and then just come in last.
I'm crafting a new item. Fuck it. The kinetic arbiter.
That gun is OP. I got killed by that thing with 2 shots. It killed me.
Is that a sniper? Oh, sniper, yeah. Well, Arbiter is usually a pretty deadly name. I am the Arbiter.
It hit me twice and killed me. Took me down.
Oh, 345 damage? Yeah. What's the default sniper? It only does 250.
Put on it though, dudes. Oh no, I'm not gonna put any scope.
Yeah, default sniper is 250. That Arbiter, 345.
And I got mine set up where it does 380.
Yeah, because you think your health is what, 200 and your armor's 200, so automatically it is a 2-hit, yeah.
Do I have anything I could get? Oh, I could get a triage spear and a Hitler. Nothing I want.
Target explodes when killed. Wait, what?
Oh, man.
Yeah. Piercing rounds. Oh. But I would fucking lose magazine. I'm so doing this. Let's go. Okay. Oh my god, I'm like ready to see a move. I'm not gonna put any scope on it yet. I wanna see how it looks. Okay.
Okay.
I'm ready, dude. Fuck it. Let's I'm really curious about this. Let's try this out.
Should I take a risk with a smaller magazine and shredder rounds, or should I do?
You can try it.
We'll try it. Craft it. Because they do 180% more damage to weak spot damage, but the range drops down quite a bit. Try it.
Oh, the teleporter. Okay, Jim. What are you gonna be going with? Are you gonna take the turret?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna take something else, and so I can be a bit more sneaky.
But the turret, is that like faction locked or?
Yeah, it is faction. I think the turret is from the ones with K, Kova, something. Yeah, Korolev. And you need to craft it afterwards under abilities.
Yeah, never had my. Now I got it equipped. Okay, cool. Now I finally got my triage sphere, whatever, my class that I never had equipped.
Wow, maybe I should actually not duo. Right. Oh, ranked squad, dudes. Say what?
Get more points.
Mm-hmm. Give me just one moment, guys.
And at the end of the season, you get. I don't know what you get. You unlock stuff or get free stuff. A plus. So holy cow! What are these guys? Somebody's tryharding.
You're right.
And then they got S minus S plus. The ranked leaderboard.
Oh wait, Jim, guess what I played last night with Nemo and Cat?
Smart Citizen?
No. Spellbreak. Do you guys remember Spellbreak?
Oh yeah.
Trix, do you remember Spellbreak, dude?
I do remember, yeah.
Honestly, it got so much better. I enjoyed it a lot. You guys should give it a go at some point.
Yeah, I played that when it was in beta.
Yeah, I'll have to reinstall it. I'll have to delete some games. Well, it's not even games taking on my hard drive. It's everything else. I gotta get a new drive. I'm just gonna get a bigger one. I can't do this 2 terabytes no more.
1, 2 terabytes.
Well, no, I back up a lot of stuff so I don't like lose anything.
He keeps downloading all that 4K porn too, so that really.
4K, come on, bro. 8K.
8K, oh 8K, okay, that's even worse. That's about
Yeah.
what.
Especially the VR ones, man. You know, it takes more storage.
Oh yeah. That's about what, 2 gigs per video.
4 in the morning. Holy mackerel! All right, hold on. Let me see. Let me make sure I got my kits available here.
I can't even craft anything. I don't have anything to craft. These cool suits, but I can't.
All right, I got my kit. I got stuff equipped now. I should be doing better. For secondary weapon, I did like the way the bulldog looked, but I just got to get the stuff on there. All right, we're looking pretty good here, guys. Looking pretty good.
There's a banana at the back area. Okay, I have a question that I need to
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to do that too.
Come on, matchmaking. Work already, mate. Cheers.
It will, it will.
I'm gonna try the bulldog again with the 4-bullet one. 5 minutes. What are the player base like in this game?
Good question.
Okay, that's for Twitch.
Oh, there we go. It looks like Star Citizen when you look up.
Okay, sign windows
Oh,
opening
look
now.
who we have here. Look who we
Station
have
gates
here.
closed. No
Team
turning back
player.
now.
We have a team player here. Statue. Look at your statue, Trix.
Ooh! Look at that!
Station says we're good to go.
Yay, I finally got the statue. Woohoo!
Time to go.
Banana. Guys, you ready to rumble? Let's go! We got this.
No.
Wait, what happened?
You good?
Yeah, I'm okay. What happened? Oh. What happened? You okay? What the heck?
All right, Prospector. Complete the most
All right, let's
contracts if
go.
you want top marks. And remember to get off the planet before the cycle hits.
Prospector nearby.
What are you having? Oh,
The 4 bolts is still not bad. You can still hit, like, 2 hit him.
Oh, I didn't equip the other gun, really?
Notice. Kit recalibrated to match increased operator performance.
Alright, get ready, guys. Guys?
Yeah?
Find some screws. You're good, you gotta pull it out.
Kit recalibrated to match increased
you.
operator performance.
Oh, what?
This is the best thing to use. This is the best thing
It's to be? It's a place to be.
We have so many questions.
Yeah, we get a lot. Holy shit.
Getting this one. Let's go for him. Don't activate that. Don't activate that. Let's work together with him. Don't activate multiple.
This one's 1,000.
I know. We'll do that.
Yeah, that one's gonna be rough.
Just got that one.
Gotta wear teamwork.
No.
Gotta bring minerals over. Come on, I tell you, the one.
Prospector nearby.
We have a player or one.
There's a player right next to us.
We've got someone close.
There comes the extended your contract for all prospector.
He's almost down. He's almost down. Oh, he's fighting.
Kit recalibrated. That will increase operator performance.
A lot of them, bro. A lot of them.
Caution. Hostile engagement by multiple.
Careful! We've got company. Need support.
I need help. I'm dead. I'm dying.
Prospector nearby.
Careful, you got some on the rails, guys. There's two around us.
One of them shoot at me.
Someone over there.
We've got company.
One's at the bottom.
Hostile engagement by multiple prospectors.
Careful! We've got company.
That barely covers our needs. We've extended your contract for all
Behind you. Behind you.
prospector.
Oh, you're left. You're left. You're left.
Come forward me with that.
Notice. Operator exceeded expectation.
Come
New kit
Oh,
subroutines
you
enabled.
put it.
Stay on your toes.
Oh, that's my shit.
Caution. Hostile engagement by
Yeah.
multiple
He
prospectors.
ran away.
Help!
We're getting multiple. I would say back out. Back out. Get out.
Stay on your toes.
What do you need? What do you need?
Alert. Engaged by consultant.
This one's almost down.
We've got company.
Oh, this bulldog is deadly.
Alright.
I shot about 3 times and I took all of it killed off and almost half the health.
Bounty claimed. Eliminated a rival.
Sorry, I had to do it.
Anybody
Thank
want to see weapon?
Hey, what about
Hey.
you don't have a weapon, you fucking
Me
asshole?
neither. That's all I have is a pistol with this.
I hate you.
I killed him. Worked my butt off.
Let's go with him. Let's go with this guy.
All right. Did we get that 1,000?
Danny actually is
Here.
smart.
He's good. I saw him take out a couple of other players. We're second place now because of all that.
Oh, there's another player. He's going for players. He's just going for players.
Need help over here.
Multiple hostile prospectors engaging.
One on top.
Multiple hostile prospectors engaging.
He's low on shield. This one's a sniper.
Nearby.
How do you think? I can't remember. How do you think?
I don't know. I use my. I think it's N. I'm using my left mouse or one of my mouse buttons.
Notice. Cycle spike imminent.
Help! Stay on your toes.
Jim, one's above you. One's above you.
Multiple hostile prospectors.
We've got someone close.
Rick, on top of it.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I pull back.
Need help. I'm down.
Bounty claimed.
He's down. He's down and out. He's down and out.
No.
That's there. That's alright. Okay. Okay. One up here. One up here. Oh, he's low on health. Low on health. Low on health. Oh, he's running. He's running. He's running like a chicken. Chicken's running. I think, or one's back there. He's in the back. He's in the back. Low health.
Alright.
Careful! We've got company.
Need support.
Ooh! Where? Where?
He went down here.
Nearby.
Oh, they ran away like chickens. They're far away. We ain't gotta worry about it.
Underneath the bridge.
My bullets are 30.
Okay. Okay. I think we're clear. We cleared out the area. We're good.
Oh, spy. Oh, we should do the spy. We should
The
actually do
cycle
the spy.
spike has started.
Oh, look at them. The right. The
We've
right.
got
The right
someone
side. The right.
close.
Yep. Yep.
Current uplink relay is almost complete.
You get a weapon yet, Erdar?
No, I will get one when I have.
I got you, bro.
Oh,
How do you have weapons?
we don't.
Okay, hold on. Give me a second.
Now put that thing to good use.
Caution. Hostile engagement.
Oh!
Extreme trauma detected. Triage activated.
Careful! We've got
Right there.
company.
Get, put the level up. Oh my god.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know you were gonna drop that.
Demise averted. You're
Can
welcome.
you take this fucking weapon?
Did you get the weapon?
No, I didn't take the weapon. What the fuck? Bro, what did you do?
Help!
Oh shit! Hold on.
Behind you, stop. There you go.
There you go. There you go. How do you drop weapons?
I don't know, bro. I don't
Oh, there's got to be a way. There's got to be a way.
I think you took it by accident, dude, not gonna lie. Okay, next time just drop me money if needed. It's okay, don't worry, shit happens now. Okay, let's go to Dennis, Holy shit, this guy is crazy right now.
Wow, it's so much shot.
Oh shit, Chico. What did you get yourself?
What the heck?
Shields up, shields are good.
Holy cow, I just got blasted off the thing. Something hit me so hard and just like shot me right off the mountain.
GG. Easy.
Over here!
Alright, let's go.
Let's see what's for me.
There's an inventory thingy in the stuff. Oh, inventory. You can drop items from the inventory. Press G and go to the inventory. It's fast. If you have an extra weapon, I mean.
Do that. Oh, inventory. Oh.
Yeah, you have one. We're getting shot at.
No, that was me. That was me. Did it work?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, cheers.
Oh, all right. Let's get out of here.
Let's go. Thank you, bro. Thank you.
I know how it feels to have a pistol, bro. It sucks.
No, my pistol, bro. What are you on about? My pistol.
Well, I want to get that one equipped. I seen you two hit those enemies. Took me a second to figure it out. It definitely did. Whoa. I'm hungry. Yeah, thank you so much, Calamar. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I didn't know. I'm over here trying to press G to drop, or I even trying to figure it out. Collecting.
That barely covers our needs. Extended your contact for all business, Inspector.
This game is nice. I'm enjoying this game really bad. I really like it. Oh, uplink. Let's go for the uplink.
Enjoy your new toy.
Good. I got an 8 times flip, but that was a bad idea.
This is an uplink relay.
Careful! We've got company.
Oh,
Help.
shit.
Warning. Under attack.
Up.
Someone close.
Be aware that an uplink's current owner will be notified of arrivals attempting to capture it.
Yep, they're everywhere. They got some over here. Whoa!
Need help! I'm down!
Vitals stabilized. Notice. Kit adapted for improved operation in current environment.
Jeez.
Need help! I'm down!
What? Wow.
Yeah, we got young by 2 years, dude. Fuck.
Yeah.
Look at that one guy dead too,
They
right?
just like walked right up to us. There's no fear.
Look at this sniper rifle.
Transfer from
nice,
current uplink.
Let's get you back home. Evac's coming in 60 seconds.
Warning. Hostile breaches are preventing the evac ship from landing.
Our teammate just took off.
Jesus, fuck, we're actually making it.
Landing zone clear. Please proceed to evac.
Time to get off this ride. Hurry up, or you're in for a long night.
Just AI.
I don't know where's the fucking sniper, but god, that's it.
Yeah, all
I
right.
do. I got that laser one. Holy crap. Well,
1 minute,
I gotta
20
see
seconds.
it next time.
Danny boy. I actually, you know what? I need your help on this one really fast. Go. I got this. You guys just go. Okay, go for the evac. I got this.
Careful with that. It's hot.
Collecting this now. Go. Just get the
Large detonated top-seal minerals. We need more.
God, dude.
Storm's heating up. You need to move. Now, buckle up.
I'm in.
It's gonna be a
I'm
bumpy
not gonna
ride.
make it, I'm not gonna
Cutting
make
it
it.
close,
You're not gonna make it! Come on! Never say never! That's what Justin Bieber told me.
I made it. I just barely made it.
Need help, I'm down!
Oh! Walk to the ship, Eridar. You can not do it.
No, you guys made it. That's what matters.
Oh, man, that was close.
Wow, that was
Oh, yeah, it took me forever to figure out how to do the inventory. I think, who figured it out?
I know.
I'm over here pressing G, down arrow key, and backspace, like, like typical drop your weapon games.
Kalumar figured it out.
I even checked key bindings, it was nothing.
Ooh,
Love it up.
this. Here, Delta site. Okay. Burnished nickel. Okay, I definitely do need to change one thing. That sniper scope needs to go.
Make sure I got my stuff equipped. Load out. Yeah, all my kits are there. Got my pistol.
I can actually get the comrade, but I don't. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that kinetic arbiter is awesome.
The what?
The kinetic arbiter.
Oh, it's the sniper you were using?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't manage to get it. I focus on too many things, I guess. I don't know.
It is nice.
No, really good. That was a cool game.
I need 10 more XP or rep to get level 5 on Osiris. Dang.
Oh, nice. I am Goro level 6. Osiris. Okay, level 5. No, I see really good. I see really good. Yeah, personally, I got greedy at the end. Which is all the time.
Welcome back.
Okay.
Alright. At least I got the guns that I normally use. I got attachments on them. I got my kit. I got my accessories.
That's good. That's
Nice.
good.
Seems like it gets a little easier. Not easier, but at least more efficient that way. I was trying to be cheap and save the points, but I spend it on what I'm using for now, and then now I'm gonna hoard the materials and then upgrade again later.
What pistol are you using, bro?
I'm going Bulldog.
No, there you go.
Oh, speaking of that, hold on. Magazine. Oh, I can only get one. I'm gonna save up. They all have different range.
I do like the 4-bullet one. That's pretty good.
Oh. Okay.
It helps out a lot because 2 bullets is for that gun. It's kind of
I like bullets, bro.
like 4 bullets.
Alright, everybody, new contract set up.
Check me out. Prospector nearby.
Station gate closed. Don't turn it back now.
Roger. Need support. Negative. Yes. Stay away. Affirmative.
Blah, blah, blah.
Over here.
1 minute. Pod 12 is... Nope, we're good.
No. Need support.
Go time.
Stay away. Roger.
Now, don't forget to stay alive.
I claim this land next to you.
Hi, we ready?
Nope.
New contracts available. Complete as many as you can, then get off this rock before the cycle closes in.
Oh yeah, we have refineries. I'm going to look for the refiner.
What the heck? Wow.
What?
He just like one hit those monsters. Wow. I got mine.
Wait, with me, guys, with me.
We marked some specimens of interest. Hunt them down.
Yeah, no, he's AFK.
No.
He just looking at the ground. You're just looking at the ground and decide.
I had to move my cursor so I can get kicked. Ooh, I like this area. Wow, look at that drone. That's cool.
I need help. I fucking need help, dude. Stop not even lying.
Radar, what did you do? Who you owe money to, bro?
I might have pulled in a bit.
Come here.
I'm down!
Don't bother with me. Take them out. Take them out. Don't bother with me again. I'm gonna revive myself.
Fine, you want to revive?
Yeah, okay.
Energizing allies medical assist.
I owe you one.
Excuse me.
Notice, kit has increased to match operator performance.
Oh man.
Okay, so
I think I might make a YouTube video of me on the side of the highway trying to get some cash so I can get some stream funding. What do you guys think? I'm gonna put a sign up. Money for video games. Like Steam sell funding. What the?
Video game.
Alright. Like, hey, at least I'm being honest. Hey, you know what? All that is tax free, man.
Yeah.
I need your help here.
Oh, I'm gonna help you.
Out.
Rip that armor. Oh, hell yeah! You get more points too. Look at that, look at that. Shredding those armors. I got it.
Oh, he finally
Alright!
Mount Master and whatever the heck.
What is he moving out? Oh, okay.
He shows about to re-kill everything.
Hey, waited. 3 game points. Yo, Jim, these new Reese's are good, bro. Peanut butter lovers? Come with extra peanut butter.
Ooh, there's a big one somewhere. Oh no, that's not big.
I don't see no human players yet.
Alright, let's go. We need to get out of here.
I see robot.
Shutting down.
Oh, careful.
Are you join me?
Hunt contract completed. I still see mutant creatures in the area, Prospector. Get us more samples.
More samples? On it.
Fire near me. There's fire near me, just so you guys know.
Careful.
Yeah.
Oh, you're near that beacon too, yeah.
Can I get your asses here, please?
Radar's gone, he did.
Alright.
He left us. And then the other guy, he's going the opposite
Oh,
direction.
he's being attacked, I'm coming. Oh, wait, what is that?
Transfer from current uplink relay is almost complete.
Alright, shots near me, dude. Yeah, I definitely need help.
On your 6, Jay's on your 9.
69, dude.
Need help over here.
Alert. Engaged by hostile group.
Gas refiners, and I'll see that you
Where are they?
On the top of the rocks up there.
Someone close.
Up. Shit. Get behind the barrier. Get behind the barrier.
Oh, one of them dead. One down. Oh, I'm out. Oh, I'm gonna die.
Wow.
Where did I get out of there?
Yeah.
Let's get them together.
Rick, you have him coming behind you. Get out. Don't. Just run.
Jim died, he's gone? Okay, they just want the mines. Alright, let's go.
Yeah, they
Let's
tunnel
work,
vision me.
Sorry, Jim. You became a Slim Jim, bro.
They tunnel vision me. Right there.
Dun.
Oh, and I'm getting shot at by...
Take the refineries. Tricks.
Copy that. Oh, watch for one up there.
Someone close.
Alright, let's get the fuck out of here.
Oh, he's running away anyway from here, you're fine. Oh, no wonder, bro. These things you're
Need
placing,
support.
a lot of beacon.
Alright, let's do this.
He was by himself, too.
Do this and then move.
Wow.
Hey. Hey, let's go.
Let's go. Reloading.
I'm just trying to get away now. I'm just
On me,
running.
Tricks. On me. We're going for the biomass idiot. Third space. Come on, we good.
Come on.
Oh, lots of things here, dude. Lots of things here.
One thing, two.
Oh, there's players. I only have 2 men. We got players all over.
Need help over here.
Notice. Cyber spike imminent.
You good, Tricks? You good?
Yep.
Notice.
Oh,
Got
shit.
someone.
Oh boy.
They can't get past this barrier. So fucking good.
How do you get back?
Get him there. Go, 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 go. Got your back, bro.
Okay, I'm collecting. You have one.
Good, you're good.
You have one behind you. Okay, we have a mine here.
The cycle spike has started.
Now put that thing to good use.
See you, Jim. See you going with the Arbiter.
Fires hit their corner. I can take it right.
Huge good.
Heck yeah, man. Huger the better.
Nearing the end of this uplink's use. Prepare for new location.
Who, what?
Yeah, for the next, no, let's go.
That barely covers our needs. We've extended your contract for more minerals, Prospector.
Oh, minerals? Are we going minerals or what are we going?
I don't know who summoned that.
Minerals here. Oh, and lots of
Notice.
minerals.
Kit adapted for improved operation in current environment.
Over here.
Very hard, I can see
I just destroyed all those monsters.
Help! Please, anyone?
We're here to the rescue.
Oh god.
Crazy.
I want.
Oh, that's good.
Biomass.
Hey, Zero, you scared me, bro.
I keep getting close. Oh. What the? Oh, I like how they think.
Oh, this sniper is one shot, dude.
Well, I say I like it.
Ooh.
Completed. I still see mutant creatures in the area, Prospector. Get us more samples.
Can you imagine that would be the
An alpha warden has left us.
1,000 damage?
Taking it down for
Wow.
us.
We got a headshot on that one.
Is this ours? No, is this ours here?
Yeah, I just put it there.
Oh, biomass? Here.
Oh, somebody's shooting.
Oh, really?
What?
It looks like it anyway.
Captain?
I think he was over
We've
that
got
way
someone
somewhere.
close.
I seen a laser something from that direction.
Let's go for what the fuck we need.
Your gasifiers hit their quota, but we'll pay you extra if you keep them running.
This is a lithium refiner owned by a rival prospector.
popcorn?
You can destroy it in order to place your own, or interact with it to take it over and keep its current refining rate. Taking over a rival's refiner will keep
We
its
have
current
some
refining rate,
distribution.
but
Ah,
will
yeah, we
alert
have
your
it.
rival
We
of
have-
your name and current location.
Careful! We've got company!
Help?
Let's get ready.
Enjoy your new toy.
Need help over here!
Holy shit, Jim. This weapon.
Now
Yeah, I
look
just
out.
massacred
Your
one of
ride's
them
on
too.
the way.
That's what I'm saying. This guy is beast.
Watch your backs.
I think there's another guy down or something. I'm not sure. Did hit him.
They're probably going for the ship.
Well, he was down. Right? Or what?
Warning,
I knocked him
hostile
down.
creatures detected in evac zone. Eliminate them.
We've got someone close. Need support!
Bunch of them over there. Whoa, I saw that damage.
Get behind this shit, get behind
Bunch
this shit.
here. Now hurry up before
Holy
things get
cow,
bad.
this guy-
Oh, you almost had him, Jim.
He ran like with the chicken.
Alright, are we going up there? Yeah, I see them, I see him. Oh no, fucking my bad. Bro, what's this big ass fucking shit?
Oh no.
Yeah, I seen him technically.
Alright, let's go for the evac. Let's fucking go for the evac.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
dead.
where, Jesus.
I took the
Christ.
guy with one shot. I took the guy's shield down. And
I saw that, bro. They were down to like 30% health.
Good job. We all need to get this gun.
Definitely.
Snipe everybody.
Oh, that's nice. We should have some kind of sniper people come get me.
Whoa. Heard a big explosion.
You got some, you got one over there.
Careful! We've got company.
Well,
Multiple hostile prospectors engaging.
Need support!
A rival prospector 6.
shot from behind.
Over 1.
Oh, behind us!
Check your map to see their location. Vitals critical. Emergency
Get hit.
triage
I'm looking
engaged.
can't get in. I can't breathe.
Need help. I'm down.
Warning. Under attack by multiple
Wow.
prospectors. Demise averted. You're welcome.
Okay.
Purchase order received. Heads up.
I'm sorry, I think it's otherwise we're gonna lose this game.
Hurry up, prospector. That ship won't wait forever. Storm's heating up. You need to move.
Yeah, those guys came back for the revenge.
Fatal wounds detected. Triage mode activated.
Well, if I would have heard their footsteps, it would be good.
By prospector.
So I guess everybody's wearing running shoes in this game.
Yeah.
But there's also a lot of wind going on too.
Yeah, there's a lot of background noise that kind of kills the footsteps so you can't hear them. Yeah, those guys came back for the revenge. We shot them up, so they're like, yeah, we're gonna come back now.
I notice that's what people do. They'll fight you, and then once shields deplete, they run away. I don't think your health should regenerate. Shields, yeah. I don't know. I just feel like that's too much.
Yeah,
It's too much regen. I mean, I understand you don't want to put health packs. Yeah, like what's the purpose of having health items when you just regenerate? I mean, yeah, it helps during combat, but I don't know.
Yeah, because there's so many health things. There's the health boost. There's the triage spear. There's the healing aura. There's so much health things. Why do you need health regen?
Oh, we lost points that round. That's like...
What else can I change in this gun? This does.
We doing one more?
Yeah, I'll do one more.
What? A faster weapon reload? Ooh. There's one that's penetrating rods. Piercing rounds.
Well, the only good thing about this one is that it's not like,
Penetrating rods, yeah.
you know, it's not like PUBG where you gotta bandage yourself. It's not Apex where you gotta like eject shields into yourself. It's not Fortnite when you gotta drink a, you know, it's a different battle royale, so the healing system is a lot different. Which is
Whatever
good
you
credits
shoot
for that,
at.
I guess.
So you can hit maybe multiple targets with one shot. Wow.
At least there's not camping in this game. Well, except for the drills, maybe. I mean, but you can't really camp. It's hard to hide. So that's kind of cool. You don't have to worry about somebody around the corner. Oh, I'm getting tired. But we're gonna do one more game, guys. We'll do one more, and then we'll probably get some shut-eye. Overall, though, it's fun. I'm having fun with it. We'll have to see how the long run will be. But so far, progression seems cool. Crafting is kind of cool. I like that. The currency is actually pretty fair.
What do you think about that? I could have bought that.
You know, the currency is pretty fair. Like at things that you can achieve.
That bomb thing. I could have bought that and killed those guys over there. The precision strike. I could have destroyed those guys.
Right. So let's see,
Yeah, we
what
didn't
was...
think about watching our backs either.
Right.
Give me just a second, guys.
What the heck, bro? Look at your emotes. And look at the fourth dance. I got a Hulk Hogan. Okay. Oh. Just sucks that this had to be an Epic launcher though instead of Steam.
Why? You don't have the fucking Steam toxic players, mate.
True. I just don't like. I just don't like all these launchers, man. Oh. No, that's true. Steam players are pretty toxic. What are you gonna do about Sea of Thieves when it hits Steam, man?
Same shit. Play. So you played Sea of Thieves today or what?
Yeah, I was on earlier for a couple hours.
Alone or with someone?
I was with Project Zero. We just looped it up. Yeah, I promised him a day.
So we would rather play with him than with us. I see how this goes, Trix. It's okay.
Oh, if you wanted to wake up earlier.
Wow.
I sacrifice my sleep all the time. But I'm gonna regret this later though. That's for sure. Because what is it? Almost 6.
Shit. That's for sure.
I got a lot of things I gotta do, man.
Oh, it's things from here, right?
Even during this pandemic, everybody gets to stay home, live lucky. Must be nice.
I'm gonna punch you in the face tomorrow later, just so you know. Okay.
I gotta worry about. I'm gonna, lose my place, keep the electric on, keep the gas on, fucking cook food and stay warm.
You don't cook food. You fucking order because you're a lazy bitch.
No, I get food cooked. Mm-hmm. Oh, we're still searching a match. Let's see. What's the shop like in this game? What's the currency value? It doesn't even tell you.
I don't know.
Oh, here it is. So it's about almost. You get 1,000 for $10. Sounds like almost kind of like Fortnite, I think. But,
yeah, pretty.
I don't know. There's not really much cosmetics yet, but I know it's early access, so.
Well, the thing goes on forever. The Fortuna Pass, that thing goes on forever. It's got 49 days left of it, so it's 2 months. There's a lot of stuff there.
Surprised they don't have any red gloves. Wow. Oh.
Nope, there you go.
We got a match?
Oh. We got a match.
Yay.
Yay.
3 hours. matchmaking tonight's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't take my phone.
Looks like another beautiful day on
Oh,
Pursuit
I
of the
got
Bridge.
black screen.
We've got someone close.
Station gate closed. Don't turn it back now.
What's happening? Let's see what's going on. Like,
Station's giving the all clear.
Oh, that person got dashed. Look at that.
Prospector nearby. Check me out.
Beans are loaded with protein, man.
Here we go.
Check me out. Stay on your toes.
my game glitched.
Oh, what happened?
I got a black. Sometimes you get like this black screen and you don't see nothing, so you're not even actually in the lobby. You're just black screen, but you can shoot. That's the only thing.
Oh, wow.
You can't-
Alright, guys, you guys ready? Let's make this one count.
Alright,
Both
let's
contracts
go,
if
let's
you want
go,
top
dude.
marks. And remember to get off
On
the
me,
planet
on me,
before
on
the
me, on
cycle
me.
hits.
We're gonna go for the drone. What the fuck?
How was that? Player?
Yeah, no.
Oh.
Alright, let's go. We're going for the if you can actually
Check me
do this.
out.
We've marked some specimens of interest. Hunt them down.
Down, coming out 10 to 40, you know.
Holy shit, dude.
What happened? Radar, what'd you break?
Notice. Kit adapted for improved operation in current environment.
Put these back, guys. Put these back.
Did you say put these back or ease back?
Put these. Okay, so we have more drones in 200 seconds. Let's do something else really quickly. We have...
What's this over here? Fallen tree? Go for it, bro. You bite.
Notice. Kit recalibrated to match increased operator performance.
I'm down.
What?
That guy is exotic.
What the hell is he doing? Look at you, Erdo. You almost look like the guy from Witcher. Well, not really. You look like the guy from Borderlands, the one that was playing with Claptrap.
You
He
know,
marked this area over here, but then he's clear over there. What the heck?
I heard he trapped him with the clap.
for the shit.
The what?
How many seconds? 107. Okay, I'm actually gonna mark this on the map, okay?
Okay.
Here.
Yeah, let's do the mines that are around us.
We must stay alive. Love this pistol, bro.
There's bulldog.
Yeah, no play around. Just mad damage.
I know. Damn, go activate that, collect that shit first.
Only thing is, they should remove dots and crosshairs in this game. I don't know.
Hell no, bro. I never scope. I go from the...
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't even need a scope. The little dot tells you where to shoot. And it's first person, so it's kind of weird that there's even
87 seconds. I'm going for a mine.
Can you walk on his branch? Oh, nope, transparent.
Oh, I need you. Holy
Open it.
shit, dude, I need you.
I'm the black guy. Just got that dynamite.
Oh shit, yeah, look at all that. Oh.
Notice. Kit adapted for improved operation in current environment.
Bum 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 dum dum bum bum dum 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 dum. What the? Through the rocks? What the?
Yeah.
What the? Ooh, red dog, look at that. Oh, they're in the rock, hey!
Bro, this thing is okay, you're dead. Right?
Yeah, I'm here,
There is a new set of research drones you can retrieve.
Come on, come on!
Almost there, almost there. After we get this, we go for gym. Go for gym. Go, 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 I got it.
Where's Jim?
You remain back where
You've acquired the stipulated quantity of minerals. We need more.
You got it, Thomas. You got it, Thomas. You gotta save us. Okay, save Jim, guys. We gotta save Jim. Save the gym. Save the gym.
Dude, we need to defend these things, dude.
The carrier's ready, Prospector. Start the launch sequence.
Ready to
Good.
launch? Let's
All
launch
active
this bitch.
drones in this area retrieved. All drones
Launch?
in this
What the
area
fuck
have
you
been
shooting
retrieved,
this?
and the drone carrier is awaiting your go to lower its shields and initiate the launch sequence. A successful launch will count towards your global score. Warning. Rival prospectors will be rewarded for destroying the drone carrier before it launches.
Alright, careful, guys, because we're a giant beacon on the map right now.
It's about halfway. Gotta be. I'd go for, somebody goes for the,
Holy shit.
that one there. they have
Recalibrated to match increased operator performance.
We're at the beacon.
Why is this guy doing this? Oh, damn a lot. Yeah, Jim.
Hurrah, we did it!
Should I go rifle or sniper? No, you have the sniper, Jim, right?
I don't have it yet, but I'll get it.
Yeah. Alright, let's go for there's a mine here,
She was a little cheaper. Of course, I see why it's so cheap.
I need help here. I know I can help you. The assault rifle is not to actually kill people, it's to like cover fire.
Notice. Site is like imminent.
Okay, I'm collecting this.
Help!
Dude, prospectors, we have prospectors. I don't know where I'm getting slapped like there's no tomorrow.
No, not good, man. Not good, I say. Not cool, Holmes. Radar's all cheap, bro. You gotta carry us, man. Get your arm muscles ready. Come on.
I need help.
Oh. Yeah, hold on, Jim. I got you. Stay still. All right, guys, we gotta play up top. Man, we didn't get the weapons for this.
Hostile prospect is engaging.
I'm down!
Who's down?
Our teammate. Here, let me do this. Let me call a weapon real quick so I can help you out. Alright, that's it. It's showtime. Let's go. He's up top.
Oh, we have a
Where you guys at? You guys good? Everybody good?
Need help! I'm down! Need support!
Site has started.
Get out.
Need help! I'm down!
Jesus Christ.
Multiple hostile prospectors engaging.
He's almost dead. I'm about to pull back. Oh!
Fatal wounds detected. Triage mode activated. This is a Zeal shard.
Those guys are
Pick it up
weak.
to begin generating score
I'm not
towards
going
the
back
Zeal
over there.
contract.
Alright, what's the next thing?
Damn it! I need help.
I don't know.
We needed to help you guys and got murdered.
Yeah.
Fuck.
8 minutes left. Just hold it out.
Contract completed. I still see
We have
interest in
we
the area.
actually, we have a mine here.
This guy had 2% health, man.
I know.
You're lucky.
And when I went back into the guy that I was looking at had full
Yeah.
health. Wow.
And I made the other one run away, and then but they're still I don't know. Oh no, we're 5th place.
Let's just get out of the lives, dude, honestly.
Two of us are dead already, so.
Yeah, it's just me and Trace, that's gonna...
Guys dive twice?
Yeah, that other guy, he died that one time. Because he decided to run off by himself and be an idiot.
Alright.
The only bad thing is you don't have 4 people in a game like this.
I'm collecting checks.
Notice. Kit adapted for
You have
improved
actually,
operation in
what,
current
one good
environment.
random that we've played with.
Let's go for more of these pockets. I'm not gonna risk it. We are just...
Enjoy your new toy.
Agreed?
Yeah, I bought a health thing for us.
Let me also buy... I'm gonna buy a Okay, Jake's hard. Very hard one. You ready?
Come on, let's take them out. Come on, come on. They did down at the bottom. Had you?
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Careful! We've got company.
Collect me.
way to do it, Tom. It's the way to do it, bro. What's up, Works?
We have some biomass over here.
Is it mass bio or?
I don't know. I guess you'll have to taste it and then you let us know.
Okay. Look at the yellow flag here. What is this for a race? Are you ready? Set, go! Wow.
We have. Oh, this is gonna be. This is a very hard one. Oh, this is a hard one. Tricks, you ready, dude? Let's do it. Oh shit!
Holy shenanigans, dude! Watch your left.
I'm so dead. I'm so dying.
Okay.
Well, I think so. Let's go, boy. Let's go.
Right, you're okay, Thomas. I see you, bro. Oh, I see you, bro. I always keep that one up. Yeah. Let's go, baby doll. Let's go. Oh. Oh.
Up.
Need support.
Now look up. Your eyes
That's right, or... Oh, got him. What was he doing?
Bounty target dispatched.
Oh, motherfucker. You okay?
Yeah.
Oh.
Ship unable to land. Please clear the evac zone of hostile creatures.
And there was here. Wait, I don't know where. Oh, it's down here. And after we're
this
going
here
for
was
the-
only in the extended manual.
Let's see somewhere. You know,
Ship
maybe.
unable to land. Please clear
I'm
the
coming,
evac
I'm
zone of hostile
coming.
creatures. Evac zone clear. Ship landing.
Yeah, after this we're going.
Buzz is here. Now hurry up before things get bad.
There's no team through people but one.
Yeah, I wonder what team that is.
Hey, who, what?
There's squad 2 or squad 5 has one person there. Nobody else is. One team evacuated already.
Yeah, it's okay. Hold right, let's get up. Let's see back.
Now put that thing to good use.
Oh man, how low are we?
Really low, bro. We need to get this here. Oh my god, we're not gonna make it. We're not gonna make it.
Got too close, Prospector. Get to the ship.
Help.
Yeah, no.
Oh,
Got too close, Prospector. Get to the ship. Now buckle up.
oh, oh.
Bumpy ride.
Notice. Ship
Yeah, I made it.
calibrated to match increased operator
Barely.
Right in there.
That was close.
Ooh, team won. The first place team left leader. People, wow.
Wow.
Jeez.
We kind of suck this time. But I think I'm accuracy quality for this ship.
Yeah.
Random guy, he just, yeah,
Yeah.
What he was doing.
didn't help us much. Oh, my ranking went down. Minus 20 rank points. Ow.
Right. All right. Well,
It was interesting.
it was interesting. It was actually fun. Let's get a fourth. We'll find somebody. In the meantime, it's a mess, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. You guys are awesome. You guys have a great night. Good night, good morning, good evening, good alien space, outer space, in space, inner space. But for the rest of you guys, I'm out of here as well. You guys have a wonderful night. Definitely catch you guys in the next broadcast. Hopefully, you guys really liked the game. Liked what you see here. It was definitely interesting.
See you next time, I guess, right?
Yeah, no problem, man. No problem. You too, Jim. Way too many some. Huh? Who? What?
Finally convinced you to play this.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Epic Launcher. I'm really not. I don't know.
I'm also not a big fan of you, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
But I figured, let me do it. It was a request, whether I hate the launcher or not. They do get some pretty decent free games. I will give them that. But that was not until recent. Their Fortnite's not doing so well, so they're doing free games now. About time. Not pulling an Activision on us. Pretty soon we'll have an Activision launcher. Surprised they're even working with Blizzard. Well, Blizzard is Activision, actually. Never mind. Let me take that back. Anyway, but yeah, companies are getting greedy, man. Everybody's pulling games off every service unless that company gets a portion of it.
Yeah, it can.
It's getting bad. Like, it's getting really bad. I mean, of course, PlayStation and Xbox, they have license fees, so they already dealt with their situation. But a lot of these launchers and even cloud services like Stadia and whatnot, they get these games in, and then the developers come in and are like, no, pull our game out. We don't want it on your thing. You need permission, and it makes no sense because you still have to buy the game, but they're so, I don't know. It makes no sense, but it is what it is. Everybody wants to be their own. They don't want the middle guy. They just want to produce their own thing and kind of like be the Walmart. Nobody wants to be the other retail and have all these in-between businesses involved, like the real estate and realtors and all that good stuff, or the insurance company.
Your hype command's already messed up.
What is it?
Your hype command with your new emotes, it's not working.
Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. Like, it does it with hype and rage. But that's, yeah, I don't. I think it's the way the command is. Maybe I don't know what can be causing it. I'll have to mess with it.
Yeah, so does
Alright,
the
guys.
food one work?
No, the food one has issues. I think because of the emojis. Yeah.
Yep, they're all messed up. So the new emojis are all messed up. Wow, that sucks.
Yeah. All right, let me test the food one here real quick. Hold on. What we got
Yeah, it
here?
didn't work for me.
Food. Okay, so they're right here, right? Fix food. Now the FOOD is supposed to be capitalized. I'm just gonna post the emojis just to kind of. The heck is my emotes? Of course they're not on here.
Give me just one moment, guys.
Okay.
It works like that.
Just not in the command.
I wonder if it's the let me test something. I wonder if it has something to do with the So didn't do it? No. What's stopping it? Weird. Hey, what's up, Kelso? How's it going, bro? How's it going, man? Guys, one of our biggest sub gifters down here, down in that leaderboards in this chat right now, guys. Make sure you guys are definitely throwing in hi and hey, what's up? How's it going? How you doing? Yeah, I'm gonna have to work on these. All right, so a couple of commands. The emotes are just not appearing correctly. It's weird. I'm either gonna have to probably put them like in the beginning or the end instead of like trying to break them in between each other emotes. I think that could be what's breaking it. I don't know. Weird. Welcome back. All right, guys, but we're gonna go ahead and hit that offline here real quick. Thank you so much for everything, guys. You guys are awesome. You know, looking at the activity here, Thomas, I did see that resub, by the way. Oh, come, I didn't hear it. You must have did it when I went away.
So hard.
Oh my god.
Monkeys doing.
Now I feel bad, Thomas. Yeah, I see it now. Wow, coming in with that 7 months, guys. 7 months from Thomas. Coming in, resubscribing to the channel, dude. You're awesome.
I was just giving with stuff.
Jim, coming in with the 24-month streak. Jim, you're awesome.
I guess.
Solid Snake coming in with the tier 3 gold sub for 6 months straight. Solid. You're awesome. And for the rest of you guys, you have a great night. We're bringing. Oh, by the way, for those that are here right now, I want you guys to give me a little insight. Let me know what you guys think. Let me know about this. Yes or no? Oh, the sub one's not working either? Yeah. Why? Why? No. I know. I gotta get it finished. But I'll get it under though. Don't worry. I can't wait to get the new sub alerts, man. Oh man, what time is it? Should I even go to bed? I'm gonna take a power nap. Alright, guys.
It's kind of early for your usual, like, you know, you usually go to like 5, 6 in the morning. Now it's what, 1, 2?
Well, see, yeah, technically. But as of lately, I've been doing things earlier now. Only because I have nothing to do at night. Usually I'm like, you know, I have places to go and I get, you know, phone calls and stuff, and I gotta meet up with some friends or something, you know. Give them rides and all that good stuff.
Just one moment, please. Just excuse me for a moment.
Gotta go see all his girlfriend.
Nah, that'd just be trouble. Can't do that, bro. Business comes first, like, or you know, I don't know, financing comes first before that. But you know what? All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna get out of here. You guys have a great night. I'll catch you guys later. Thank you so much for tuning in. We did have a special guest here today who actually knew the game very well. It was nice for them to come in. I think they're gone already. Yeah, judging by what I'm seeing. But you know, if you're still here, thank you. I really appreciate it. But yeah, for the rest of you guys, have a great night, and I'll see you guys soon. And I hope to catch you guys in the next broadcast. Until then, You guys stay safe. Raw.
You just got raided and leaving.
Wait, what?
My tiny raid for you.
Oh!
Kelso just raided
Oh!
you.
Oh, Kelso! What are you doing? Whoa, let's get those raid emotes in chat. What shit they even work?
Maybe we
How
should
come my
take our raid
chat
on the road.
that doesn't even work?
What's going on?
Oh my god!
He just got raided. Kelso.
You're good, Kelso. You're all good, bro. Oh my gosh.
Now we gotta return the favor to somebody else and raid them.
Oh man. All right. I'm not even gonna type it. I need one of the moderators to type it in. I need you to do !, Raider, RAIDER, space, Kelso's username. Let's get him onto the Raider list. Let's add him to the Raider list. And moderator, make it rain in chat if you can, please. Let's make it rain. There you go, Jim got it right there, Kelso. Your name has been added to the list. Oh wait, hold on.
How high can you go?
There you go, Tom. I mean, well, you guys are close. That's a good question.
Was it 1,000?
I think 1,000 was the max, but it splits across everybody.
Okay.
Randomly, I think. Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
See? Look at that.
77 retro points to all. Nice.
Wow.
Raider food. You gotta raid the food.
Yeah, you know me. I'll raid that food real quick. Why does it say channel not listed though? What the heck? Weird.
What? Wow.
That is weird. That is weird. It might be because of the category that was chosen, maybe.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah, even for TrickSpot it does it. Yeah, everything's broken. I don't know, man. Maybe maybe it's just time to toss TrickSpot in the trash and then just be like everybody else. Simplify life and just go with like Stream Elements or Streamlabs or Nightbot and move on and just call it a day.
Yeah.
No more hassle. No more getting crazy infuriated. Oh, if I get too much free time on my hands, I don't know what to do with myself.
1,100 hours. Wow.
Look at that.
I got 2
Killing it,
hours.
dude. Yo, it's been a while since we've done a top hours.
Hey.
Oh. Take a look on there. Yeah, we got to get some new names up there with the hours.
Well, I'm in
Man.
I'm in the top 10.
You're close. Yeah. What are you? You're 9. So, yeah. So you're almost past Vombury and then Brandon.
Who are these people?
Yeah, they haven't been here in years.
Yeah, they were before I
Or they
left.
are,
Before I left
they
Limey,
are-
or before I left Twitch and went to Limey. Yeah, they were here around that time.
The only one I recognize is Kinky.
Yeah,
Number 2.
Kinky was one that came back not too long ago.
I've seen Voltaire before a few times, but
Yeah.
sporadic viewer.
Try again. Yeah. Let me try to get with the Kelsos. I don't know if it's gonna let me do it again. Okay. Yeah, channel not listed. Never did that before. Then again, some of my emoji commands ain't even work.
Yeah, it might be something to do with the API too, because they keep changing all the time to speed everything up.
Alright, well, because with this command, I had to make like so many chain lines with it because it can't just be one route. Like I had to reroute it a gazillion times for it to work. All right, so Raiders.
So, who are we gonna raid after we do this?
Well, Chris rates people. I have no idea he actually does that, right?
I have to do that.
Yeah, I got my list. We just did one not too long ago. I do got my list. I'm gonna definitely return a favor for a lot of them that came in and rated. And I definitely want to help the ones that stream that are definitely in our community for sure. You know.
Yeah, we raided that last night one night, and I don't know if it helped out much, but we raided him.
Yeah, it was just a thought.
Come, go ahead and read that.
All right, well,
He's nice about it, though.
if you guys want to raid, let me know in chat, guys. If we have enough people right now, we will do it right now in chat. If we can get, I don't know, I say at least 6. Type the raid emoji in chat if you can. If you're a sub, if not, just type raid. Doesn't matter. It's fine. 1, 2, 2. Okay. 3. 4. Oh, I already counted that. That'd be 3. All right. Do we have 3 more, guys? Bum 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 bum. 1, 2, 3.
Jaredar, he's not in there. What the heck? Get in there.
Uh-oh.
You gotta raid the
Bro, I have no button for it. What the heck are you on about?
in the stream.
Yeah, I'm looking. Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. I have no notification that Rex is actually raiding anyone.
No.
Yeah,
Well,
yet.
no, we're not ready yet. I was just seeing if we had enough people before I even do it.
I'm here, you weirdo. You're weird.
All right, so that'll put 4. We can get at. Let me take a look at
4
something.
people, 11 viewers. Oh wow. Thomas went all out.
Uh-oh.
I could do more.
Hmm. All right, let me take a look here.
The Jedi Council? What?
What's
I
good?
think somebody's commented the game he's done.
Wow, somebody's playing Predator and they're dressed up like Predator. I give them credit. You can tell they do cosplay.
Your camera is really...
A little blurry again. Oh god. I hate when it does that. And I got autofocus off. It shouldn't do that.
There you go. Welcome back.
Alright, let's take a look here. Wow. Yeah, no one I know is on right now. So I got an idea. Alright, so I got an idea, guys. We're gonna do a quick raffle. And one of you guys are gonna choose the channel we're gonna raid. How's that? Because everyone that's on my list right now is not currently live.
We can get some money then.
I will make this timer very short, guys. I don't want it to be too long. Let me see if we can go ahead and get you guys on it right now.
What do you need to do here? Oh, so, okay, yeah, I understand.
All right, here we go. Usually we do sub only, but we're gonna leave this open for everybody, guys. So this is your chance. You want us to raid the channel? Just get your tickets in, and we'll go ahead and get going with it because I do got to get going here very soon. But for those that did raise their hands in chat and said that they will participate in a raid, I really do appreciate it. Let's go ahead and get a winner and see what's going on. I can close this because I'm not gonna be able to do that right now.
Why is it not working?
Raffle 10.
Don't.
Oh, just one ticket.
Just raffle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't do no like extra tickets or nothing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because I did a keyword raffle. If I do like a ticket raffle, that'd be different.
What is beside my name? In the raffle thing.
That's how I keep tabs on people.
Oh,
It's a bookmark for me.
Okay.
That's how I do like moderator check and check activity levels, and I keep logs of each thing that the moderator does and post, so that way I can tell if they're active or not.
So you don't track Eridar, but you track me, okay?
Mm-hmm. Well, Eridar does other things.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I'm confused. What do I do?
He pays my phone bill. He doesn't want me to tell you guys, but he pays my bills. He's like my sugar daddy.
I do what?
You kind of figured that out already.
Right. Oh boy. Oh. All right. Well, let's see what's going on here. Hey, did the TrickSpot post in chat?
No.
Nope. Oh yeah, it did.
It did?
Keyword raffle for
Oh
raid.
yeah. Just type exclamation mark raffle to enter the raffle to suggest.
Okay. I just wanted to make it sure because man, Twitch is being weird. All right. Well, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Erda. Who we gonna raid?
Oh, no.
Who we gonna raid?
Let's give this guy.
Oh, I forgot. I think I gotta be on the official Twitch page, but I have a chat box popped out. So hold on. Let me see if this works. Yeah, it does. Okay, sweet. Gonna get you guys all in there real quick. All right, guys, hold on. There we go. I'm gonna go ahead and do the offline scene, but you guys know the deal. We're gonna go ahead and do the. Oh wait.
What the heck?
Not that one.
It's broken again. Wow. We might have to actually do our own special little raid thingy.
Wait, what happened?
Yeah, we might have to do a custom raid.
No. It's /raid. You got to do it through Twitch. Yeah, not Twitch, not TrickSpot.
Little raid command thing that we use. It's messed up.
All right, guys. So let's go ahead and get ready for this raid. Oh yeah, for raid. It's what was it? Exclamation mark raid, right?
Yeah.
To like let everybody know what the command was. Oh, it's not showing my emotes. Why is it doing that?
We're gonna have to actually do a custom one probably because it's messed up.
Oh, yeah. Just copy and paste tricks raid. That's it. Just use the emote. It's all good. What's the name of the guy? Oh gosh, I'm hurry up. Oh, I'm trying to get on the browser. The heck?
Sorry. Like, way too far. Way too far. Fucking good on you, dickhead.
Alright guys, here we go. Let's go ahead and do the raid. Do the Tricks raid emotes. This was a raid request from Eridar, guys, so let's go ahead and get this raid in.
Tricks, how you doing there tonight, mate? Hope you're having a good one.
Sales need to come around.
Oh, where's my emails? Where's my emails? Go ahead, guys. Type them in. Type them in.
That'd be a whisper, yeah.
Hey, did it even work?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Here we go, guys. There we go.
Kelso, how